Jane still might need to record. See, this is why the experts, they understand the Zoom stuff. All right. So we talked about Black Lives Matter, and that conversation is going to be the current flow all the way through. And then we also spoke about COVID-19. And I want to add in everything else that you want to have in your discussion. So make sure you're typing, make sure you're keeping up on what's going on. Our community comes together, find out what breakthroughs that you want, and then also the breakthroughs that you're currently having. Just holding some quiet space here in transition. I'm going to invite Tracy Root in. And Tracy, can you give me, 5 to 10 minutes of some inspiration about people, us being seen and heard, about maybe brightness? Please share with me, my friend.
Yeah, let's get bright, right? Let's lighten up our day. So I will share a little bit about where I started this morning. I am not a morning person, and it is 8:20 on a Sunday morning.
Tracy, I'm sorry. Don't be telling everybody.
It's just a preface to how this serves me so that hopefully it can serve others. I'm not typically a morning person. And as we have been here for the last half hour or so, getting started, getting to know each other, I've been looking around my office, my environment, kind of looking at the consistency of theme that I tend to carry around me here in my environment. And what I've been noticing is the things that are surrounding me are the things that make me feel good. And therefore, they're the things that make me be more me, right? Because if I look at something so I tend to have a unicorn theme. So I have pink hair, so we can start there. Let's just get that out of the bag in case you didn't notice I have pink hair. But I tend to have a unicorn theme going on. And I was noticing what's funny, that how many that I have. I found this little guy on the floor this morning. I have a pencil. I've got this. I've got a headband, a little picture over there, another rock that says be bold, like all these things in my nearby physical world that remind me to be a little fun, to be a little magical, be a little light and joyful and surprising and unique, right? But what I really want to talk about is and my water bottle, can't forget that.
I love that.
Isn't that great? The client gave that to me. So I see all those things, but until you bring those into your body and into your spirit and into your soul, they're just things outside in your external life. So what I want to talk about just for a couple minutes here is about how to take the things that you are thinking and the things that are inspiring you from the outside and bring them in so that you can be the most you that you can be. That's one of the things that I found when I was going through my own personal journey over the last 8 years or so, is it wasn't that I became a new person. And we'll talk later after 9 o'clock about what that story is all about. But it wasn't that I became a new person. It was that I found my real self. And so in the morning, if we're not feeling our full energy, and this works for any day of the week, any time of the day, but if in the morning you're not feeling your full energy, if the coffee hasn't quite kicked in yet, then this is something that you can do. So if you're not standing and can stand, I would love for you to stand. And if you're at home watching, we can't see you, no one can see you, so you can stand. I don't care if you're in your pajamas. I thought about wearing my pajamas. I am still wearing my fuzzy socks because they make me happy. And so stand if you can. And this is not going to be a big athletic endeavor. And it's not, Dirk, I cannot wait to see what you're going to share, because this is not going to be that. This is going to be just, let's recognize that we have a body. Because a lot of times for me, if I'm sitting in a chair in the morning, drinking my coffee, I'm just kind of zoned and I'm not physically me yet. So all we're going to do, Jane, you got it going on. We're going to just stand. We're going to start by just putting our arms out wide and reaching for those walls and taking deep breaths. Nice big breath. Let's do it up. Go ahead and let your shoulders come up and drop them down. Oh, it feels so good.
Oh, that feels good.
Like a cactus arm. And just feel those joints, maybe lean to the side. I don't know if this is your left or your right. Just kind of let it hang. Get the cracks out. That's how, 51 years old, you get cracks. It's the way it goes. Lean to the other side. Oh, feels so good. This, of course, is more for me than for you, probably. Maybe just some gentle twisting. I'm not pushing. I'm just holding my hands because I don't know where else to put them so I don't hit anything. And just a little bit of wiggle, right? Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Yeah, we can roll. You can roll this way. Little movement. So, Jane, don't you feel better? Sitting in the chair versus a little bit of action. This is a great thing to do just if you are sitting on Zoom meetings all day long. If you're working from home, like most of us, and your job requires you to be sitting in front of a computer, they say sitting is the new smoking, right? Mm. And, Rhonda, Dirk, me, we all have health coaching backgrounds. Sitting is the new smoking. So what do? You stand. So the more you can stand, the better. Now, I fight plantar fasciitis in one of my feet. So I can't stand as often as I would like, but I can stand and stretch and do a little lunge here. I'm going to get low while I stretch my calf. Feels so good. Just a little stretch, right? If you're on your computer a lot, maybe do a little gentle wrist stretches. That's the 3D version as I go closer to the camera there. Whoa. And it just, we forget that we're so still for so long. It's really important to keep those juices flowing, because the more we do that, the more our brain actually activates, right? It's not about necessarily even the body. If you want to have, Susan can talk about this, if you want to have productivity in your mind, you have to take care of your body. It's all connected, right? My number one tip that I tell people when I'm health coaching is drink water, like way more than you think you need probably, because your whole body needs that juice. You need that fluid. Your brain needs to be juicy so it can function. Your joints need to be juicy so they can function. And different people have different limitations. So you do what you can do for you, because what this allows me to do is remember that I am a human being. I deserve good things. I'm allowed to take care of myself. I tell my clients who are doctors and nurses and teachers, you are a human. You are allowed to take a break to go to the bathroom. Because they're always arguing that they can't drink that much water because they can't go to the bathroom because they're on a clock, right? Or they're patient to patient to patient. It's like, you are a human. You are allowed to have human body function.
With no shame.
And the way that you serve your people better is by taking better care of yourself. And so, when we're talking about being bold, it's really talking about taking care of yourself and being yourself so that the people around us can remember that they can do the same thing. Because look at all the five of us. We are not the same person. We're not designed to be the same, even if someone's a twin, right, Jane? Even if someone's a twin, not that you're a twin, you're part of a twin, whatever. Anyway, you're still not the same person, right? No matter what similarities you might have with someone else. So as the saying goes, why blend in when you were born to stand out, right? Be yourself, because if everyone is themselves, then no one has to worry about anything. It's just so much easier that way. So that's all I have for now. I just wanted to wake everybody up with some energy and a little bit of movement and a little bit of freedom so we can get this party started. So thank you, Rhonda, for a little bit of time this morning. It's the perfect thing that I needed to get myself started today.
Oh, good. I'm so, Tracy's alive and awake.
I'm alive and awake.
And you're going to be, you and I are going to be in about 30 minutes for Tracy. You get to really show more of your brightness. Thank you so much for speaking about authenticity. Like when we are separate from everybody else, because we're just acting like ourselves, haven't all of us at one point felt like we never fit in because we thought we were supposed to be acting like everybody else? I never felt like I fit in. And now I realize that that actually was a special thing, but I wish somebody would have told me it would have made that easier. So thank you, Tracy, for bringing that up. Dirk, good morning, Mr. Schultz. So my friend, my integrative nutrition, I'm really speaking very well here today. Buddy, who comes from the same health coaching school. Tracy, did you go to IIN also? Oh, well, we're going to talk where Tracy went. See that individual attitude already happening. Hey, Dirk, so what you up to this morning? What do you want to do for the opening ceremony, my friend?
Well, thanks for having me on, first of all. And I want to piggyback on some of the things that Tracy was talking about. I'm going to start us off this morning, like I start off my classes, and to kind of talk about what we've been talking about with regard to being shut down. And now that we're opening up, things are opening up and we're getting out amongst the world, we can still be emotionally shut down, right? And I believe when you get the body moving, you get the mind moving. I don't believe working out is just working out. I believe it's working within. So before we get started, I want to talk about one thing that we can do to make ourselves stronger, improve our emotional well-being, and that's our posture. So if you're sitting down, stand up, please. Some cueing that I use with my class gang. And again, this is about being an individual. And I'll talk about bio-individuality in my talk. We're all individuals. So what works for one person may not work for another person. With food, one person's food is another person's poison. So we really have to empower ourselves and find out what works for us. And that goes along with our movement. And I want to talk about how to move a little bit more properly and how to prep for movement. Like we've been talking about this morning. You know, life, where a lot of us are going virtual, we're on our computers a lot. Life has made us sedentary, right? Our bodies are designed to move. So it is important to move. It doesn't matter what it is, whatever speaks to you every day, at least 30 minutes. But if you can't do 30 minutes and you have 10 minutes, go and do 10 minutes in the morning, 10 minutes in the afternoon, and 10 minutes in the evening. It's all accumulative. So everybody stand up. Quality of movement is key over quantity of movement. So let's talk about posture. Our teachers, our parents were right when they said stand up straight, right? So we can make ourselves, we're designed to be here, not here. Technology's made us here. We have a lot of stuff that's going on with us because of that. Posture, headaches, we're not as strong as we could be. So stand up nice and straight. We set the shoulders. We are able to handle more compressive load here than here. We are stronger here than here. We are sexier here than here. So there you go, Rhonda. Let's be strong and sexy, right? So I have my clients, my class participants, set their shoulders nice and tall. Brace their core as if someone was going to tickle you. Just subtly brace. So what we're doing there is we're creating this supportive girdle, cradle around our lumbar spine that helps our lumbar spine, right? So we brace as if someone was going to tickle us, not as if we're walking around the pool flexing that six-pack muscle. That's another time and another place, right? So we want to brace. We want to set our shoulders, brace our core, and align our body. How are we aligned? Here, shoulders, hips, knees, and ankles. And how are we aligned mentally and also physically with the workout that we're going to do? Intensity with intention came along because I saw so many people coming into the workouts trying to escape their lives, right? And my encouragement is, don't try to escape it, bring it in. Bring it in and let's focus on it, right? So intensity with intention was bring intention into the workout. We do that a lot with yoga. I've been incorporating that more in my own life, just about with everything. What's my intention for this meal? What's my intention for the workout? What's my intention for Which, sorry, everybody just went blank. Does everybody
You know
still
why,
there?
Dirk?
So,
Because I made you spotlight.
oh, got it. You want me on the
It's Dirk's
spotlight?
time.
I can do that. Sorry. I panicked. I was like, everybody's gone. All right. So we set the shoulders, brace the core, align the body. Let's go through a little warm up. Now, what I tell my clients and my class participants is listen to your body, give it what it needs. What that means is if it hurts, stop. If you need a break, take it. And if it feels good, get after it. But you're an individual. Listen to your body, give it what it needs. So let's get our bodies moving. Let's just start by rocking on our heels back and forth. And Tracy, with your plantar fasciitis, again, if you have some stuff going on, gang, listen to that and modify it. All right, we're gonna balance on our left foot. And we're just gonna do a little hip opener. If we have mobility in our hips, we have mobility in our back, and that's gonna help with back health. Again, we're setting our shoulders, bracing our core, and aligning our body. Let's go out to in for a few.
Dirk, this feels so good on my back.
That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Think about that, Rhonda. I mean, it's a kinetic, all that whole chain, right? So let's go forward and back. And I want you to think about creating the movement. What's the intention of this movement? It's not just swinging my leg back and forth. It's creating the movement from our core. We can have a strong lower body, upper body. Weak link can be our core. All right, gang, other side, into out. If you can't come up high, stay down low. Stay down low. We're reducing energy leaks here. I'm squeezing my glutes. I want apples, not applesauce. Let's go out to in.
Oh, I like that. No, I don't want applesauce. Thanks, Dirk. I'm
Right.
getting apples. Okay, thank you.
And think about your core. We're gonna go forward and back with our leg. This is warming up the hips. I do this one before I hike, bike, or go skiing. This whole little routine with my hips. All right, hip width apart with the feet. We squat every day. Many of us do it improperly. We're gonna do a prisoner squat. So lace your fingers behind your head. I'm gonna give you a side view. Your bum is gonna reach for a chair. I wanna release my hips down and back. As I come to a standing position, I'm pushing through my heels in midfoot. I wanna imagine that I'm trying to rip a piece of paper with my feet. That helps to activate my glutes. So everybody come on up, bring your elbows in. You're warming up your thoracic spine here. Inhale down, exhale up. Many of us are running, keep going, another 10 seconds. Many of us are running around this world with glute amnesia. That's where our booty shuts off. That's not healthy for our back. Drop down, bring it in.
Dirk, I don't want my booty to shut off. I want it to be toned and tight.
And this is important. I'm glad you said that. By pushing through our heels, we squat every day, let's be honest, right? Many of us do it improperly. We need to reach back. Keep that toe behind our second and third, that knee behind our second and third toe. Push through the heels. That activates our booty. Keeps it high and tight. All right, little arm swing. This whole time, we're checking in with our posture. Our eyes are up, our shoulders are down. Looking where we want to go, not where we've been. 2, 1. All right, little circles.
I can feel the whole body warming up here, Dirk.
Is that great? Getting a little movement preparation before we get into the day, setting the intention for the day. Bigger circles. And let's reverse it, gang. And back. Little backstroke. Medium circles. Jane was getting crazy.
Woohoo!
The wind from her hands just, okay, little circles. Let's wake up the back. This is one thing I encourage people to do throughout the day if you're spending a lot of time on your computer. Do some invisible rows, right? Wake up that back. Two, one. All right, gang, this next one, if you're up for it, do follow along. If not, just watch what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do a little inchworm. Jane's a yoga, she'll understand.
Whoa, Dirk, I'm in.
You're in? So I'm gonna walk it out and walk it back. Now, if you have back stuff, this may not be your friend. So I'm gonna walk it out. I'm gonna hold a hand plank position, gang. So I'm gonna step forward with my right foot outside my right hand. It's like Twister, right? And I'm just gonna open up my hips a little bit more by rocking back and forth. I'm gonna hold it, I'm going forward and back. I'm gonna bring it back to center. Now my right hand, I am going to reach under my body, then I'm gonna take it to the sky, my head follows along. I'm trusting that everybody's doing it because I can't see you all on the screens anymore. Let's do 3 more. This warms up our thoracic spine, our hips, our core. 2, 1. All right, bring that right hand down. Let's take it into a single leg downward facing dog. Extend through the shoulders, press the chest towards the knee. Let's bring that right foot down next to the left. Let's step forward with the left foot. Again, rock it side to side. If you can't bring it up next to the hand, as far as you can go. And if keeping that knee elevated is too much, just drop that knee down. Let's go forward and back. I feel my hips opening up with this deliciousness. All right, let's hold it still. Let's reach under the body with the left hand. Take the hand to the sky. The head follows along for the ride. Down to the ground. Let's do two more. Last one. And bring that left hand down. Let's take the left leg into a single leg downward facing dog. Watch your back on this, Rhonda.
It feels good, Dirk.
Let's bring your left foot next to your right. We're in a downward facing dog. Walk your hands back towards your feet. Unroll your vertebrae one at a time. We're gonna wrap it up like I always do with my class. 3 sun salutations. Bring a little mindfulness into it. We're gonna inhale down. We're gonna exhale up. Thank our bodies for everything that they do. Let's inhale down, exhale up. Let's set our intention for the day. What do you wanna get out of it? Who do you wanna be? Last one. Inhale down, exhale up. 3 or more things you love about yourself. You're all amazing souls. That's how I start my classes.
Thank you, Dirk. And I was able to do that with my back. If everybody's been following me, I've been having a little bit of problem with my back.
My encouragement to you, Rhonda, is checking with your posture.
Yeah.
You know, this is foreign for us.
Oh yeah.
You know, life has made us here. Sometimes when we go to get back into proper posture, it feels so funky, so wrong. Just be aware. Awareness is key. Get back into posture, get back to an alignment, be strong and sexy.
Oh, that was my sexy pose. Oh my gosh, that was so much fun. And Dirk, you know what I noticed is I was in a lot of coaching sessions, so I was like listening.
Yeah, absolutely. See, when we do that too, when we close down, and I know I was going fast on that because I wanted to get everything in, so I apologize if you couldn't. But when we close down like this, we emotionally close down, right? And we're not open for our clients. So anyway.
I love it. I love it.
And Jane? Listen to Tracy too. Water, 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 water.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So cheers again. Some more water. Cheers. This is your water moment.
Water break.
Brought to you by Fresh Water. Jane, now what I've been loving watching you these days is because I'm getting to know you more and more. And for me, I love talking about sex. I love talking about conversation. And I've been watching also the yoga you've been doing daily with your community. And I want to say, I so appreciate being with everybody here. We're doing a lot of stuff extra for our social media community. That's incredible. And Dirk, we'll highlight you and what you're doing when you're up live. You'll be on at 11 Pacific time, won't you, Dirk?
Yes.
Your time.
Yes.
So Jane, welcome in. Are you going to lead us with something special?
I am. And I just love how Tracy and Dirk have already brought us into our bodies and acknowledged the fact that we are living in a different time where we're really in these 4 walls, and some of us are opening up in our communities, but the environment that we're in has really affected us in our relationships, as well as in our work environment, our work effectiveness and the way we work. So what I do in my my life when I'm not leading yoga on Facebook or in the
Doing back
studio.
bends.
Yeah, doing back bends, right? When I'm not doing that, I'm talking to people about their intimate relationship, their sex life, their passionate or not so passionate anymore relationships. And one of the things I'm noticing, Rhonda, is that in this situation, because we don't have any changes in our environment, because we're always home together, there's just a lack of the ability to connect. Because the way I see sexuality, the environment we're in is part of our sexuality. And when we're clever with it, we can use it to increase our openness to being together intimately with a partner. But now we don't have those opportunities as much because many of us are in the same place all the time. Perhaps we lack privacy. I know Tracy mentioned earlier something about the kids. I have a big family myself. I have 6 kids. And right now I have 2 of my kids plus a girlfriend living here. So we oftentimes, have had a lot of people in the house. And this is true for my clients as well. This fact that we are kind of, like, for example, going out to a romantic dinner, which might have been a part of our date night, is now not really available to us anymore.
Yeah.
So what I'd like to do today is get some more consciousness and mindfulness around our own, what I call with my clients, sex nest profile, which is what is it about a life for you as a sexual being, and we are all sexual beings, whether we're currently sexually active or not, whether we're in relationship or single, we as part of our beingness is a sexuality. So what is it for you in your sex nest profile that helps you to feel more romantic, more open as a woman? For example, if you're a woman listening to us now, if you're a man and you're identifying with like what kinds of situations or things might be more erotically interesting to you, this is important for us now during COVID, and it's also important for us in our lives after COVID when we're opening up, because these relationships are opening just like our communities are opening. Many of us have really shut down in our connection with our partner during COVID, and it makes perfect sense we have. Now, some of us haven't, and there's going to be, I think, a lot of COVID babies born, but there are a lot of us where we've gone into survival mode, and we're just trying to get the kids, get the assignments done for school and make sure that we don't, kill each other, basically. But right now, we're going to take a little moment to do some journaling on this topic of your sexiness in terms of environment. So take out a pad of paper. Good. Rhonda's got hers.
I'm ready to learn, Jane. I'm ready.
Good. So we're going to start with something simple, and that is your dream vacation. So please find yourself in your mind, in your heart, and think about, like, if I had a magic wand and I could give you right now, you and your partner, or if you're not in a relationship, you and the perfect person, like I could give you the person and the vacation, write down a few words that just say what that is, where that is, and I'll just give you, 30 seconds to think about that place and a little bit about it.
Jane, I've already written down 4 things.
You have, good.
My brain is just downloading quick. I've been thinking about this vacation, and my hubby and I, we have a 20-year anniversary coming up.
Very good. Exactly.
Yes.
So a 20-year anniversary coming up. Sometimes we think about, like, okay, what would it be? Where would we go on that anniversary? Or some special occasion where we want to celebrate ourselves as an intimate couple. Something where we feel like we are, we can really show up, and we feel like we're gonna be really excited to be there. So Rhonda, do you mind if we talk a little bit about what you wrote down?
Sure.
Would you like to share? So what is it that you've written down as your special vacation location?
I love tropical.
Tropical.
So it may not be exactly in August, of course. So I have swimming, lots and lots of sex, very important.
Yep.
Eating, I'm thinking of like every like wholesome, tons of food,
Yep.
whole foods,
Yeah.
relax, just be able to feel like I'm not caught up in anything that's not serving the purpose for that moment.
Yep.
And really just showing up emotionally, just being very open.
Nice. Good. Okay, good. Excellent. That's such a beautiful start. So you love water, and I know this from being your friend on Facebook and just in general, that you love that sense of being water. That fluidity is really a part of who you are. The sun is also something I've noticed. You like the warmth, and you live in California, so that's part of your life, I think, at least a lot of the year, right? Where you
Yeah.
live.
Oh,
And
Jane, can I add something?
you bet.
Because I wanted to add something. Look at this. Debbie turns. She says, I really miss going out for date night. You brought that up. Do you know,
Yeah.
Debbie, I feel the same way. Jean, have you been talking to people about this? Because you brought that up. I feel like there's not the newness that usually brings out the sexy or the, the relationship connection.
Absolutely. That is such an issue for so many of us, because going out for date night, let's think about what that is. It means we get to leave the house. If Debbie has kids at home, which a lot of us do, that means you get to leave the role of being the mom and being in the house and whatever else is there, looking at everything that needs to happen and seeing it and being reminded of all of your chores or things that maybe are somewhat concerning to you for whatever reason. And then when you get out of your house, where all these things are existing, then you can get somewhere else where there are other things that are more aligned to like your sexness profile, like what Rhonda was talking about. Maybe you go someplace where it just is a sexy place and you get time alone, you get to talk. What I recommend for those of us during COVID who want to have date night but can't is to take drives. Now this sounds crazy, but back in the day that people used to do the Sunday drive, because I don't know why, but it was a thing. And when you can take a drive with your partner, even take a picnic with your partner, drive out somewhere and get out over maybe a viewpoint, maybe a vista point, and sit there in the car and talk and connect in a car and make a date night like that. So how can you, Debbie, take what you used to do with your date night, think about what it was that helped you, what you used to do, the kinds of places you went, maybe even prep yourself, get cute, get your cute on, put on whatever, get out of the sweatpants or whatever it is that you've defaulted to. Even comb your hair, like get radical, comb your hair.
Okay. I'm
I've heard
glad.
people
And
do that.
highlight it.
Yeah, people do comb their hair. That is something I know has happened. You can do that. You can comb your hair even. You can put on, whatever it is that makes you feel good about it. And like, just keep bringing the date night, even if it is modified like that. Because it is,
And then
right?
Debbie said, and I've missed the connecting. What happens when we take trips too?
Yeah.
Just getting out of our four walls can
I know.
just do so much. And so there definitely is something there about that, huh? Like enjoying our four walls. I love the getting out for a drive.
Right. It's important to just keep looking at how you can think about, like, what did those trips do for you? Can you do something even safely during this environment that we're in, this COVID environment? Can you go to an Airbnb that's, or the local, is your local Hilton open? Can you do an overnight there? Is it possible? I mean, sometimes it isn't, but is it possible to make these things happen in a different way, change your environment so that the connection can still happen? Because we're really losing something in our relationships during this time because of this change in environment, and it's so critical to where we are.
Jane, before I transition to Susan Tollefson, I really have had this problem since being a parent, is the feeling of trying to separate being a parent that, with having a husband and me having different backgrounds in parenting too. So that happens in the household. So when we get away, after being with Jeff for 22 years, it's like I get an opportunity to be dating him again. And so my thing is, Jeff, can you hold my hand more? Or
Yeah.
can you hold my back? Like, just like guiding him in some way too, because he may not feel that way. And so it's really nice to be able to I guess, feel safe in that space, but I don't think I've always felt that way. So I appreciate your time. So Jane, you're in at 10 a.m. Pacific time, aren't you?
Yep. See you then.
Yay. Debbie said, thanks, Jane Gwynn. COVID is definitely a bummer.
You bet.
It's such a bummer. Susan, my friend, how are you doing this
I'm doing
morning?
great. Doing great. I'm so happy to be here.
I'm so happy to have you here. Susan, I've been getting to know you so much these past couple months, and I know that you have been bringing things on more online than you ever have. The stuff that you teach, you know, with having a CPA background, and my brain is always trying to get in the productivity before I can get in the creativity. I feel like the alignment is so important, so it kind of frees me. So I know that you have that vision for people, and I want to do a better introduction when we get you at like the 12 o'clock, kind of like a lunch and learn for all you entrepreneurs. So, oh, Susan, Debbie Turn says, you look great. Debbie, yes.
Hi, Debbie.
Give lots of love. I see we have more people on here, but it's probably taking a few people to feel comfortable as they are ready to type. So Susan, what are you going to spend a quick little time for us here with this opening ceremony? What would you like to share, my friend?
Yes. So it's very important to start your day focused and in the right mindset, which is going to make you a lot more productive during the day. So a lot of us wake up feeling anxious and overwhelmed. So I want to share a couple tips that's going to help everyone increase their focus and put them in the right positive mindset.
Susan, I've been battling this. Like, I usually can do my morning routine. When I'm by myself, I'm doing my morning routine, and I can usually get into the happiness factor. So I'm excited to hear what you're going to be teaching for the one tip before we get into your 12 o'clock time, because I think that I haven't been working enough on my structure, because my brain has been buzzing since we've been in the four walls. So please go ahead, my friend.
Yeah, so what I want to tell people is to resist the urge to check your social media and your email the first thing when you get up. I call it the black hole. You know, it sucks you in and can really lead quickly to anxiety and overwhelm. So you definitely want to avoid that. So instead, when you first wake up in the morning, just kind of be present with yourself and take 5 deep, slow breaths. So clear your mind, and you want to think of just one thing that you're grateful for. So hold that awareness for about 30 seconds. So this is really going to help acknowledge and appreciate all the good things in your life. You know, and it gives you an emotional boost and keeps you in a positive mindset. It only takes a minute or two, and it makes a huge difference in your day.
Is that your tip, Susan?
Yes, the one thing I also wanted to say was that it's important, like Dirk was saying, to set your intention for the day. So it's important to maybe just pick the 2 or 3 things that you want to accomplish that day.
Yeah.
So you can narrow your focus and not be overwhelmed like right when you start your day. So it kind of focuses you. It's also a good idea to put that the couple things you want to do in your calendar at a specific time, so that you know you'll have a better chance of accomplishing it if you do that.
I love that, Susan. When I didn't think of it that way, because you said 2 to 3 things you want to accomplish, for me, I had like this long list, and they just kept getting bigger, or some things that were on the list were still there because I felt they were important, but I never touched them. I like that you said the 3, because that seems manageable. It seems realistic, and that we get to really dig in deep with what we're trying to get done.
Yes, it gives you some time to think about, you know, what's most important.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Dirk. Schultz, Jane Gwynn, Susan Tollefson, Tracy Root, thank you for the opening ceremony. What I feel is I love to feel the freedom in my body. I love to feel that, yes, I got this. Relationships to me are essential. At all of my relationships, I want to be able to be really showing up. And if I'm not, then I do. I feel it in my heart. We were talking earlier about my back going out, and it was more on the upper level and the nerve pinching and not being able to get out of this pain. And oh, it was so atrocious. And when I don't feel like everything is flowing, I even get spasms in my chest, like I can feel it in my heart. Anybody else feel that way when you're going through stuff? Yeah, wow, all of us are, oh, good. I know, I love this, because I would never have said that years and years ago, because I thought it'd be something weird about what I was going through. You know, I mean, coming as a CPA, you don't really show your emotions, and it kind of fits the old school field, which is, yeah, I got you. Yeah, I got you. Don't worry about it. I got your finances, or I got this and that. But what if you could have just done that whole hour with us and realized that you get to be the goofy you, and the goofy you means people get to relate to you, and you get to show your expertise at the same time. I know running this show, I may look goofy in being able to lead something like this. I don't take things serious, but it's opposite. Because the more that we get to smile and open up our heart and love on ourselves, the less judgment we have on ourselves. And the more people we bring in. And if you're in corporate, the more people you bring in around you that really understand. And the clientele, if you're in corporate, the clientele, the people that are there are going to start understanding you more, and they're going to trust you more. But as an entrepreneur, showing up this first hour of us spending time together, that you're going to really, truly understand as you show up as your authentic self, that, you know, people may think you're quirky, and all of a sudden it just flows because they get to know you and who you authentically are. Those relationships are important. So I'm thinking about the relationships. I was looking at a note. I'm multitasking. That the relationships is pretty much what we're talking about today. Relationships with your business, relationships with you yourself, and being productive and wanting to be in your passion, but figuring out how you can have the freedom to be in your passion by having the productivity. So at 12 o'clock today, Pacific time, we're going to have Susan, make sure you have your lunch then. So it's 12 o'clock Pacific, 3 o'clock Eastern time. Maybe you want to have a late lunch. Then backing into that, we're going to have Dirk Schultz, and Dirk and I are going to really riff, what I call back and forth about, you know, the sexiness about the bio-individuality, which means us just being ourselves, but also your health and wellness. So Dirk is going to lead that one. And then we're going to come in with, let's see, Dirk, then we have Jane. Jane is going to be talking. Jane, I know that you're muted right now, but we are going to be talking about the relationships within ourselves. Is that what we're working on specific today? We're
going to talk about what the three key pieces that everyone needs to have a successful and satisfying relationship, how to talk to each other so that we don't hurt each other, and so that we can get what we want, and do that in a way that we're really self-expressed and authentic.
I love that. Tracy Root is coming in now, and we're going to kick it off. So you hear how the schedule is. I backed into it. And so Tracy, welcome into our 9 o'clock hour here. Okay, so Tracy, you and I have been getting to know each other. It's been wonderful. So it's Be Bold and Shine Bright, Coaching and Events with Tracy Root. We're
That's
noticing also that energy and lightness of being is something we've been discussing quite a bit too. Tracy, you know
Yeah,
what I
baby.
love about you, my friend?
What?
I'm going to give you the lead in a moment here.
Tell me all the things.
Tell me everything scrumptiously. Is the first your hair color, because that's showing individually you. And then also that you want to be part of the group. You can hear your vocals every time you're part of the group. You love that word bold. And would you share at some point some of your story around what bold means? Because I think that's one of the things that we really need to hear. And then you can play with what you are going to for this 45 minutes. But
Sorry about
please
that.
share the bold. I really found that to be beautiful, discussing with you last week about that.
Yeah, you know, I'll bring up one of my little, I mentioned earlier all the things that I have surrounding me. I have this rock. Be bold, be brave, be unafraid.
I love that.
And I love this. I actually got this at a store here in downtown Santa Cruz. And you know, there's 6 billion rocks available, but this is the one that spoke to me before I even really kind of thought about the word bold as something that I try to emulate. I think brave was where I had gravitated towards this, because with everything that's happened in my life, and I'll touch on that in a second, people always have told me, oh, you're so strong, oh, you're so brave, oh, you're this, you're that, you're the other. And of course, when people say that to us, we don't really necessarily feel it. We diminish the things that we've done, because it's just kind of what you got to do, right? And so a big part of kind of the story that got me here and how I am confident enough to stand in this pink hair boldness is about realizing that you were all just kind of trying to figure it out, and it being all the things, everything, we're just trying to figure it all out. And it's not about bravery. It's just about doing the next right thing for you. So, you know, there's a lot of, you mentioned earlier, you were talking about being yourself with no judgment, and judgment is a really big word for the work that I've done with myself as well, because often if we find ourselves in judgment of other people, it's really because we're in judgment of ourselves. And that is something that everyone tends to do. And I'm saying everyone, obviously 90 whatever percent, it's not scientific, 90 whatever percent of the people out there are going to be self-critical and self-judgmental. And maybe they don't use the word judgment. Maybe they just say, oh yeah, well, I'm not that great, or, you know, whatever.
I know,
This
Tracy,
is starting off super clear, but it's about the idea. Being bold is about having the confidence to know that people make mistakes and that that's okay.
You know, Tracy, you said 90% of us can, you know, come into that situation where we don't feel so good about ourselves. And so it's that feeling that we're trying to work on the backside of our brain and the front side of us saying so many things that aren't very serving to us. Did you ever hear that stat, then something about that are words and phrases that we're using throughout the day? Is it like 60,000 or 80,000, whatever the
it's a giant number.
And 90% of it truly is showing up negative unless you're doing this type of work where you're having your breakthroughs.
Yeah, and that's, you know, that's kind of where I started. I mean, I don't know that that people would say that I had a negative attitude, but people on the outside don't know what you're saying to yourself on the inside.
Yeah.
And people on the outside don't know how you feel about yourself and the things that you've tried and failed and the things that you want to do but tell yourself that you can't, or you never could, or you're not good enough, or you're not worthy for doing that, or whatever. So, you know, the way we speak to ourselves is huge. And it's definitely, again, another huge reason why the idea of being bold and shining bright is what I like to focus on, because it does start with how we talk to ourselves. You know, we have to speak with ourselves the way we would speak to our very best friend, right?
Yeah.
Not necessarily a sibling or a parent, right? Because we don't get to choose who they are. But your very best friend, the person who you love, that you chose because you're kindred, right? Kindred spirits.
Yeah.
How would you ever tell your very best friend that they can never do that? You'll know that won't be successful. You should try something easier.
Yeah.
Like, that's horrible.
Yeah.
Who would say that to their best friend?
Yeah.
Why would you say that to yourself?
Well,
And we do that a lot.
And I think that you're bringing up a good point, because some of us may have people that aren't fully loving on us.
Mm-hmm.
You know, before we had Jane, right before I got to transition into you, we were talking about to really truly believe in yourself and love on yourself. So you may have some people in your camp that don't feel like you can do this, because as an entrepreneur, we have some big challenges.
Yep.
But it might not even be an entrepreneur. It could be anything in your life that's like big, and somebody says, why are you doing that? You shouldn't do that. That's like financially not going to be right. But if you believe in yourself, you know it's all going to work its way out.
Well, and I think a lot of times that person is well-meaning.
Mm-hmm.
They don't understand how it comes across, right? And really what that comes down to is we get to decide what we think about what we hear, right? So someone might tell us, do you really think that that's going to be successful, right? Do you really think that that's going to work? Or, wow, how's that going to work, right? Like that, it could just be a question, but we could hear it in such a way that we're like, oh, like they definitely don't think this is going to work. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm dumb for thinking. Like the spiral begins, right?
Yeah.
But since we get to decide how we respond to whatever someone else says to us, a friend of mine in my coaching community calls this E+R=O. And maybe he didn't make it up. I don't even know. Maybe Jim Rohn made it up. We go way back, right? It's the event that happens, whether it's someone saying something to you or something happening in your life, and the way you respond equals the outcome, right? So the event that happens is something that's out of your control, right? Tree falls over, busts your house down. We're taking down a tree, so I'm imagining our tree falling over and hitting our glass window in our roof, right? Don't tell my husband; he won't want to know I'm imagining that, because it's not going to happen. But an event happens, or another event. Someone, Rhonda, I'm so sorry for your friend. Someone falls ill. Mm-hmm. Someone gets COVID. Someone gets cancer. Whatever. There's an event, and then in the middle is this response. How we respond to this event that happened is going to create the outcome that we get to experience. So you kind of have to go into it backwards in a way, or you have to kind of live in where you want that outcome to be, right? Mm-hmm. I don't want any outcome to any event in my life to be debilitating or horrible, or, take me out of the community, or, all these negative things that could be the result of this terrible event. So I get to choose how I respond to this event in order to create the outcome that I want. And my response can be positive or negative. Yeah. And if you have a positive response, then you're a lot more likely to have a positive outcome. If your response to the tree falling through the roof is, oh my gosh, I knew that was going to happen. It's just, ugh. I mean, like look at my body language, just like, that's just the natural tendency to having this really negative response to an event that might happen.
Yeah.
But if it's like, oh, wow, that's surprising. Yeah. Right. And then like, oh, okay, well, you just kind of go with the idea that that's something that I didn't expect, or that's something that's out of my control. And how do I move forward right? You get to choose
Exactly.
how you respond. Then you're a lot more likely to have this positive outcome, this positive attitude and positive experience out of it, even if the event that happened is something somewhat negative.
I know, Tracy, I love what you're saying in that I can remember when I was in the space of not understanding this self-development. And I thought that you can only have so much fun in life. Have you heard this before?
No,
Where
not
I'd be
heard
on
that
vacation,
before.
Tracy, I would be on vacation and I would say to myself, oh, I can only have so much fun. I've already had enough fun. And then I'd have literally a cascade of something that came over me that was on my skin, just did not feel good because for
no.
some reason I knew I had to go back home and reset myself and get in all the crap. So then it would balance me out. Have you heard that before?
No. I'm
Okay,
so
so you're being
sorry
a smart
that's
aleck.
how you were experiencing. Oh my gosh, that's no. I mean, I've heard lots of things, right? I haven't heard that specific story, but that, I mean, it doesn't sound unrealistic, right? Because
Yeah.
people come from all walks of life, and attitudes and experiences and responses come from all walks of life. So I'm so sorry that that's something. I'm so glad that you've gotten out of that. Let's start there. Wow. So yeah, I can imagine how that can be someone's reality. And you're right. It's the whole once you start to develop your own kind of emotional response system, right?
Yeah.
You get a chance to see things like that for what they are, which is not real, right? It doesn't have to be that. I mean, it's real like in the moment, but it doesn't have to be that way. It doesn't have to be like, we don't have to stay the same that we're in. We don't have to stay the same. We can change.
Yeah.
And I think this is one of the things too, that a lot of people, like there's a lot of discussion about whether people can change, and, you know, especially like with Black Lives Matter and all of the things that are going on in the world right now, people talking about not being willing to wear masks and all these things. Like, I think a lot of the people who are really negative right now are just, they just haven't gotten to the point where they can be in that growth mindset, right? The fixed mindset is so like, it has such a grip on you if that's where you're at, right? Because we're designed to try to stay safe, right? We're designed to stay safe where we're at, because back in the caveman days, that's how we didn't get killed by the saber-toothed tiger.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And there's other factors too, but that's a big one, which is, you know, if you were to go out and take a risk and step out of your comfort zone, which in those days meant like out of your cave, you know, and I'm not an archaeologist, so whether cavemen live in caves, that's all I'm saying. I don't know what's true. So, you know, if you stepped outside your comfort zone, stepped outside your cave and your community and stood on your own, you were at risk. You were at risk for like real death, because the tiger was out there because he could smell you and he knew you were there. And so these days, there's no tigers, right? There's no saber-toothed tiger waiting outside my door. But we're still ingrained physiologically to be.
That's a big word this early in the morning.
It's a
Thank
big
you
word.
for
And
throwing
I'm
it out
done
there.
with my coffee. My second cup will come when I'm done talking. I'm excited for that. But, you know, we're ingrained physically to want to stay safe and to avoid that fear. And we have to realize that we've evolved. The world has evolved, and, you know, the things that we're afraid of now are not saber-toothed tigers, but other people's judgment. And the things that can harm us are not, you know, what's out there in the environment from plants and animals, right? But it's the fast food joint on the corner. Like, there's so many different things, but it's all still the same. We're still the same physiologically, which means that we have to recognize that, is this a real threat or a perceived threat, and what do we choose to do from a response standpoint to get the outcome that we want?
I think this is why the self-learning, picking up books, doing the things that, and you know, going through this back journey for a couple weeks is a learning lesson, and it's all good. Like I was talking to my husband about it, like, this is so much pain, but this is so good. This is explaining, you know, what some of the not living in abundance, there was something in there about fully not living life. There were some things I was feeling very caved in. So Debbie Turns, I used to have the belief that responsible people aren't allowed to have too much fun. Debbie, I feel the same way.
Yeah.
And that's why you see me giggly and laughing and playing. I considered myself responsible, and like you, Rhonda Liebig, I only allowed a limited amount of fun. I don't hold that belief anymore, thankfully.
Yay, Debbie!
Yeah,
I love
and
it.
it comes in different layers. Debbie, I would like to ask this, and Tracy, you might have a question for Debbie too. I would like to ask this is, do you find it in different arenas? Because I know this is how I felt, but I know that it can show up in different layers somewhere else. So like, have you caught yourself saying, oh, there it is? Because we have to clear it. It's threaded in relationships, threaded in events, all that kind of stuff.
For sure. For me, it shows up in inactivity, right? The idea of not being for Susan, not being productive, and not productive in the efficiency things that she's going to help us with, which I love the idea of doing 3 things in a day that are important, because like I always overestimate what I can get done. Yeah. But I also have a really hard time slowing down, and it's not from and so this is something that's been new, and especially actually this is one of the gifts that's come to me because of COVID. Right? Because I can't be on the run all the time. Right? Yeah. I seriously, was that a sneeze? Bless you. I don't know. You know, my pre-March 14th, everything, I was always on the move, and I was finding a really hard time finding the time to get everything taken care of, and running the kids here and there, and running the businesses and all the things, and trying to find time for my own self-care, which I highly prioritize. And as soon as everything shut down and I really couldn't go anywhere, I mean, I didn't even go to Starbucks for like 2 months. That's
oh my
crazy.
Gosh.
I know.
That's a big statement, though.
It's crazy.
Can I hold that, Tracy, can I hold that spot? You know, our daily routine, you brought up a big point here, but it was kind of fun because everybody, a lot of people love on them, you know, any kind of Starbucks they can do, but that regular routine, and it totally transitioning. And so the busy. So I want you to share with what that showed up for you when you realized, like, oh my gosh, I can't go to my regular Starbucks. I can't do this and that of your busy schedule.
Yeah, our schedules were very full. I've got an 11-year-old and a 14-year-old. Their schedule, you know, they both did karate 2, 3, maybe 4 days a week. And one's a junior black belt and one's almost there. And so they're very active. And in addition to going to school, coming from school activities, right? We were coming up to the end of the year. My daughter recently had science camp. My son had honor band. Like, all the things were about to start. And from when school ended, you know, I basically had for my work time from when they went to school to when they finished school. And after that, I was kind of constantly on the run, which left me feeling a lot of times like I was spending a lot of time just being busy. And so, you know, driving from here to there where you can't really do much other than drive, because that would be unsafe. And I got the kids in the car. So when COVID hit and the shelter in place hit, you know, we actually were headed off on a plane, and we had to cancel that trip. So like, we were going 3,000 miles away and went 0. So it kind of, you know, 3,000 to 0. And the shift from going somewhere every day for multiple hours a day to going absolutely nowhere for days on end was a huge gift to me to recognize that, wow, I have so much time available now. What do I really want to prioritize? How do I want to spend this time? How can I support my kids in their distance learning?
Yeah.
And also get a chance to kind of do a reset for myself and my work and my personal self without having all the same resources that I always had. So the kind of wake up, it was kind of a wake up call in a lot of ways, which is really very interesting right now, because as things start to open, I find myself kind of going, okay, how is this going to look?
Yeah.
I don't know. And what I really, try to remember is that the unknown is okay. And that all we can do is recognize what our response is going to be to the events that are happening to get an
Tracy,
outcome.
can
that
I
we're
share
looking
with you, and of course the community is listening too,
Yeah.
is the word lonely came up for me. So first, when COVID-19 happened, I had my kids both at home, and they studied different ways, but they were 14, 16, they were on their own. They did very well. So then I was
Yep.
just happy to have their body in the house, like, oh, this is so wonderful. I get to pop in and just say hello to the kids. They did their process of what their school day was going to be. Jeff was able to come into work because it was his business, and so he came in, so because we only have one office. So everything seemed really good. And then things started happening. We were starting to open up. And so Jacob and Jeff are doing stuff. Jeff just went golfing yesterday. My 14-year-old, she's becoming more independent. It's just the age. So my word that was coming up was lonely. And there are things that came up for me about myself. I feel like this is a very big learning experience. When you were going through your process, and anybody else in our community, this would be lovely to be able to hear. And I see Debbie just posted something too. But what were you feeling as you were slowing down? Anything come up, any word come up for you as you're going through that?
Well, so what I would say is that there were a lot of things going on, right? The shutdown and the stay at home was a physical manifestation of what we needed to do. But what we were going to do mentally and emotionally and online is a whole other kind of ball of potential, right?
Yeah.
We didn't really know what it was going to look like, and we had to kind of figure some of that out and make some decisions. So when we first started the shelter, I actually was super excited. And the reason why is it gave me an opportunity to, I find the whole doing all these Zooms and stuff actually really energizing. And so that's not necessarily the case for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Right? I find it really energizing because I think it's really intense, right? We're very eye to eye. There's very little distraction. And it's like being in person is awesome and necessary and super necessary. But the thing about being on Zooms is it's like community on steroids in a lot of ways, right? It's super intense. You really get to be very focused on the person on the other side of your camera. Yeah. And, video is one thing, but Zoom is a whole different thing. The relationship that can grow when the person is, you're right there, right? I can't touch you. I can't smell you. I can't feel you. But if we were in person, we'd be so far apart, I think would be even less intense. So I actually have been loving all of the online work because I think it's really intense and kind of super hyper-focused. My struggles are coming more now than they were early on because I don't know what's to come tomorrow, right? We knew in March that we were going to be stuck for a while.
Yeah.
We didn't know how long it was going to last. We didn't know what was to come. Now we can kind of see what's to come. We just don't know how fast it's going to go. And And that's the question, right? So
What's
what's
your-
tomorrow?
What feeling are some of the things that you're seeing that are going to be challenges? Is it your location and getting together,
Yeah.
going and stuff and getting that flow? What are you finding is?
Yeah, I mean, most of my coaching work has been done virtually all along, so that hasn't really changed a whole lot. But it's the gather space. I've got an event space here in Santa Cruz. For those of you who don't know, we haven't talked about this yet.
Yeah, the Fresh Inspiration show is going to be over there.
I know. I can't wait. Well, and that's the thing, right? We're planning for August. That's the hope that's all going to go fine. But, you know, we don't really know. We can only make our best educated guesses. And what's happening now is, you know, we knew come March 14th that we were shut down, lights were off, clean the place up. And like, sadly, I let a couple plants die. I didn't go back soon enough. Oops. I got the other ones rescued, but you know, it's just been dark. And now that people are asking me, what's the deal? What can you do? What's possible? I've got all these things to kind of figure out, and I don't know if it's the right answer.
Yeah.
This is a lot of uncertainty with that. And a lot of me, on the one hand, really wanting to support whatever other people want to do, but on the other hand, needing to be kind of the safety police for my own space, because I don't want to be the reason that someone else gets sick, for sure. Right. So I think right now it's a little bit of you know, so the be bold and shining bright factor, like I try to go back to that on a regular basis to just know that somewhere deep inside, I know the right answer.
Yeah.
And to not, like, it's okay to second guess myself to come up with solutions. And it's okay if the solutions that I come up with seem good today and tomorrow I have to change them. That's all okay. And that's all part of being this bold decision maker, business owner, person, is knowing that, you know, we can only do the best thing that we can do ever. We can only make the best choice ever, right? And everything that we do is a choice. So what are we going to choose?
I
right?
like to know that it's our choice. I really love that you said that, to put the power back in, that
100%.
it's every step is a choice, and how you react to it, what you're doing. And Debbie Turns, she was talking about that she's been working on her abundance. And what she understood is that she was feeling like she could save money. And that world just came alive for her, that was going to be something she could focus in. So I was on the phone with Debbie the other day, and it sounds like she is really cool to see you here, Debbie, because that's something very cool. Any way we can find positivity in all the transition or what's going on, I love that. And then Tracy Root, Christy Corrardi came by, and she said that she is coming from, I can't see the full thread, but she's coming from a vacation. And I saw, Christy, I saw that your son was there, and all the things that I saw come through. It was really fun to watch. She's talking about that travel for her family is really important. And so she's learning about safe travel. And also that right now that we're really working on our future, there's so many changes going on that like learning how to maneuver through all this newness.
Yeah. And, you know, so when I started coaching about 8 years ago, and it really was in response to some pretty major changes in my life. And it's not unlike a lot of the emotional situations that people are going through now. 8 years, it's about 10 years ago, when my kids were 1.5 and 4, I lost my first husband to cancer. And this was something that wasn't, I mean, it was cancer. It wasn't a surprise. It wasn't a car crash. He'd been battling for about 4 years, which is not very long. But, you know, the learning about how to how to manage kind of your own emotional response. I don't like the word control because it feels like a fist, right? I like the word manage, or recognize even is better. right? How to recognize my own emotional responses to the things that were happening in my life, right? So from all of his illness and his treatments and ultimately his passing and managing having 2 young children and being on my own, really no family support locally at all. What I got to the point about 1.5 years later where I just said, you know what? The things that happen in our life happen. If I want to make something happen, I'm going to have to do something different. Right. And that's kind of, I didn't realize it was the E+R=O at the time.
Yeah.
But it was the beginning of me saying, you know what, it's not just about the things happening around me. It's about what is it that I want and what am I going to do about it? And so that's when I started to work on my health and, lost 55 pounds. I became a health coach. Like all of these things happened. This was about 8 years ago in 2012. And that journey is what brought me to personal development. And that journey was what brought me to the idea of becoming your best version of yourself. And one of my mentors in my coaching business is the one who told me about 5 years ago that everything is a choice. What do you choose? And I didn't really know what that meant until it just started showing up over and over and over. That whatever your response is, whatever you do, whatever you don't do, it's all a choice.
Yeah.
The analogy that she used to use with me was, or that I like to use now actually is making my family dinner. When the kids were little, I had to make dinner. I had to make lunches for school. I had to make dinner. Now I have to make dinner. A lot of people say, oh, I got to go make dinner. I have to go make dinner. And we put this kind of obligation on ourselves when in reality, we're choosing to go do it.
Yeah.
And people say, well, what do you mean? How's that a choice? Like, you got to do it. It's like, do you really have to do it? You could not do it.
Yeah.
What would that look like?
Yeah.
I don't know if you're familiar with Byron Katie.
For sure.
Yeah. Dirk, I see Dirk over there like nodding as I'm talking. I'm like, we are kindred spirits, my friend. Byron Katie, her work called The Work. I read that book probably about 5 years ago too. And I say read, I meant listen, because I do everything on Audible. The idea is, like asking questions to the things that you're assuming. And so is that really true is a really good one. And what if the opposite were just as true or more true? It changed my life because I got to go make my family dinner. Do I?
Yeah.
What if you didn't? What would happen? And now that they're 11 and 14 and adult husband, like they can find their own food if I really don't want to make dinner, or maybe my husband will make dinner or whatever. When they were 1 and 4, I kind of had to in a way, but really I didn't.
Yeah.
I didn't have to, but the alternative was unthinkable. The alternative of not making them dinner was having them be hungry. It's not okay.
I know. And
Wanted
you know
to.
what I think about is the feeling that every time I'm in the kitchen, I'm bringing love together. Like I get to, I believe in food energetics, and so the energy you're putting into something. So what I love about this is when I go in the kitchen, I'm thinking, man, what I want to make the family where I can nurture them and take care of them. So I love that we get to, or we have to. Now, what choice is it that you're going to make? And how does it feel in your body? And then with you talking about your transformation as you were reading, is that we learn that all the self-education, we can change. It doesn't matter how old you are. It's the feeling that I am tired of living this way. And so Jane said Byron Katie's work is transformative. So there we go. Tracy gave another tip there, and Jane's all in. I heard Dirk's in, and then Christy.
Yeah.
He said, "I love the word volition."
What's the word?
Volition.
Volition.
Mm-hmm. So that you basically you get a choice. I mean, it's
all choice.
Yeah.
And, and it really can go to so many different things. So, when I really started focusing on showing up as my own authentic self, I knew that that was a choice. And I knew that showing up as with my boldness, right,
Mm.
is a choice. I could choose to be a little more reserved and maybe not be so seen and not be so obvious, right? So there's a lot of connotations to being bold that a lot of people you could put a lot of words that have a negative connotation to that, but I choose not to identify with any of those words.
Well, Tracy,
Because I get to decide.
So Christy said volition is, it means your choice.
Yeah.
This is like deep stuff, my friend, because you're unpacking some great stuff here. I know for us in this space, we have about 5 more minutes, but I am thinking about when your old self, the way that you were feeling. I can relate with that also, and it has to do with almost like my arms are by my side and I'm just like following what anybody else is telling me I should be doing, and if somebody looks at me wrong, that means I'm doing the wrong thing.
Well, and it all goes back to that being about the safety factor, right? If we are, because it's all, and ultimately my number one word that I try to remember all day long, every day, because it's all about community, right? That if we are not connected to a community of people and embraced by others, then it's like being back in that caveman days. If you didn't have your people and you were alone, you're dead. Like that tiger has no barriers to eating you because there's no one there that you are protected with. And that hasn't changed, right? We still really require community in order to thrive. And now the community is a choice.
Yeah.
Who do we choose to connect ourselves with? And how do we show up in that community, right? So the choice to make ourselves smaller so that we're more accepted because it's easier than standing out and finding those other really unique people to connect to, right? That it's degrees of difference in how challenging that can be. But it's also how willing we are to take that risk and still feel connected to the community. And so when we are able to do that, then we know that we can thrive, we can be safe, right? I went from a community, like in my younger days, a community of really unique, talented, amazing people, to kind of getting to the point where I was more in the conformity kind of place, Silicon Valley, working the job, doing the corporate life. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but it wasn't my future, but it was where I needed to be at the time. And that was my safety zone. And I thrived there as well. But ultimately, when it became time to really know what I wanted deep inside my heart and my soul, it was the coming out to the boldness that I enjoy being and finding others who also enjoy being that way so that we can all be community and move forward more authentically. So
I love that. Christy said for her, it really is truly about being authentic. Jane said, yes, choice is foundational. I mean, we can make or break ourselves. We're trying to follow somebody else's rules. Yep. I used to feel really yucky inside, thinking that if people didn't like me, it hurt me so bad, and I would cry. And I didn't know why. I only had one friend. Now I understand that in high school and before that, I was choosing one friend at a time because I couldn't even manage my own thoughts. I was hiding so much. And at that time, I was crying all the time thinking, I'm so not understanding what life is about. You know, people are hanging out in groups. They seem so casual and happy and fun. I could never let go of my crap. And
Yeah.
I bet a lot of us out here like that. Tracy, were you like that before you start doing the
Absolutely.
out of yourself stuff?
Well, absolutely. And, you know, again, it's about that conformity factor where, you know, you might not have those unique friendships, but you have the mass,
Yeah.
right? Because that is what was keeping you safe. And you made yourself that, and I should switch it around to being about me, because I don't want to assume anything about you. But, you know, when I was in the corporate world, right, I had managers or clients. You're too loud. You need to be quieter. You know, you had to dress a certain way to look respectable. I actually have naturally curly hair, and I decided that and it's just hard to manage, but at that time it doesn't look professional. I look like a disaster every morning. I can't wear my curly hair. Now it's just more laziness. Because I can do whatever I want now. But it's, you know, you conform because that's what it gives you, those success signals, and the success signals give you the safety that we're looking for. And so I was actually listening to Tony Robbins the other day, and he's talking about, you know, safety and security is like need number one, but variety is like need number two.
Is so much my need. I need variety.
Right. And it's all part, I actually have it printed here somewhere. It's all part of like the primary needs that we need. And we all need that safety, but variety is also a really big need. And I think what happens is when we shut that down in ourselves, that, you know, and we do it in different ways, right? Maybe we don't allow variety in our circles, but we do it in our actions. For me, it's, you know, we do it with food. It's, you know, give me variety. I want ice cream and sugar and cake and all the other foods. That's my old variety, right? Now I would love to have all the different roasted vegetables every night of the week.
I know. I used to think that was a treat to go in with my family. It was all about, you know, trying to, Jane, you can start adding into this conversation, my friend. We're going into symposium style here. But I think about like when I was born in a situation where we're like, oh, well, we can have our dessert before dinner because we're adults. Like I could be in kindergarten, but I seriously thought that I was an adult. And now I think how exciting. I get to have all these vegetables. I get to have freedom in my body and food. And like all of a sudden the story changes, because then if I do that, then I feel even more empowered after eating instead of going, oh, crud. I really enjoyed that cupcake, which we should do. But if you enjoy it too much, it doesn't become fun. It just becomes a big hellhole in a basket. Or is that something else? I think I might have mixed those things up.
Okay, we understand.
Jane, welcome back in. So we're in our symposium style. What have you been thinking about this conversation with Tracy, and how are you feeling?
Well, I loved what Tracy said about the event plus reaction equals outcome. And that idea is so powerful. I love that you shared that, Tracy. It runs through everything else that has been discussed here between the two of you. What a really interesting conversation. And even if you think about the food piece, so like the decision, like what am I going to bring into my body? And then my reaction to what I'm bringing in, and then the outcome, those things being kind of, it's all an inner process. So for me as a type 1 diabetic, something that happened, that a diagnosis that I got in my 50s, and it's really surprising and and just very difficult for me, because I had always seen myself to be, you know, a healthy person. And when I got this diagnosis of diabetes type 1, and I had to take insulin immediately, and I'd never been overweight, and I was exercised, and now I'm a yogi and a yoga teacher, it was like a really interesting and hard shift in my sense of self. And what I ended up noticing, going back to what you're talking about with light and with sense of like self love, is that as I'm addressing food in my life, which has completely changed my relationship with food, some of the things that I might have been more of a vegetarian, bulgur wheat kind of like person, but now my dietary habits have shifted more toward things that, you know, have less of that, because they tend to blow my blood sugar. And when I realized that I needed to change my diet, initially my reaction was anger, resistance, you know, and the eating part of it and the managing my blood sugars and managing my insulin and so forth wasn't as difficult as like my inner fight. So the outcome was this tremendous sense of being unhappy because I have diabetes, but it was all based on my reaction. Having to do those things really is not such a big deal. It's the reaction that was the big deal. Like my sense of fighting it, my sense of privilege, you know, Rhonda, you and I talked about privilege the other day, but my sense of privilege as a healthy person, like that's not fair. Like I didn't do anything wrong. I did all the things. I checked the boxes. I meditate. Like I'm ripped off. So anyway, I really liked what you said about that, Tracy, like that process and how we can get a different outcome by having a different reaction to the same event.
Absolutely. Jane, that's an amazing story. What a challenge. I can't imagine at my age being all of a sudden diagnosed with type 1. Wow. Like, congratulations on your thought, how you're doing now. That's crazy. And, you know, it is really similar in a way to, you know, 8 years ago when I started my weight loss journey. It's a different but similar situation where I realized that if I wanted to stay on this trajectory, I could just stay there and chips fall where they may. But if I really wanted to be a healthier person, to be the mom that I wanted to be there for my kids, you know, it wasn't about a job or career. It's not why I started. I started because I was in survival mode and I felt crappy every single day and was yelling at my kids every single day. And I was all they had left. And they were 3 and 5. So what did the future hold for us? So, you know, going back to everything is a choice, I made a choice that I was going to do something different. And thankfully what I found, you know, we'd make these choices and sometimes what we choose isn't the right choice. It's not what works long-term. Thankfully, what I found was the thing that worked long-term for me. But, you know, if I hadn't at least like allowed my mind to recognize that I get to decide what happens next, as opposed to just kind of living, you know, floating down the river every day, doing the job, doing the things, you know, the decisions that we make are the things that empower us. And we really get to decide where we go next.
I like this discussion. When I was at 29, found out that I had hypothyroid, I knew there was a lot of things I was doing that was not making me happy in life. And it was not being able to speak my truth. And so I had a lot of emotional stuff that was really slowing my body down. And I find that, I don't know how you ladies feel about this, but my whole body slows down if I'm not in my power, feeling like I got this, feeling like it's my choice. And I had to learn what that meant about, is this my choice? And I can still fall in that where I think it's not my choice. Like something can happen in our household and I'm thinking, oh, poor me. And I go, hold on here, wait, what am I saying? Because if I stick with that, it's going to take me in a direction that's not going to serve me and my future health of not being on medicine. To I'm a mommy, and you know, and I have a very good, strong household because you know, I have Jeff as my partner, and so I haven't lost a husband. I haven't had to deal with that stuff. The thing that really got me so upset during my late 20s, early 30s was that I had to take a small little pill. So Jane, you talking about, you know, being diagnosed at 50, going, here, wait, I'm doing everything that I can. And then finding out that I have to take this little pill, and they said for the rest of your life. And so then I'm like, I have to. Everything, I have to do this. So to be able to switch that and really find out if you have to be on medicine, Jane, of course, type 1 diabetes, 50, doing all that you are aware of. Well, you know, that is part of the journey in accepting. I I think that the more that we feel empowered, the more that we get to move forward and not think about those past things, so we can bring in the newness, not feel stuck in the past.
That's right.
Yeah, it's interesting because the whole have to thing is exactly where I landed with that. It's like the idea that I quotes have to. It
Yeah.
brought up this sense of resistance, like you will not tell me what to do. It was very interesting because, in fact, I found out because Walgreen called me and said your insulins are here. I'm like, what insulins? I don't even
What?
know. Like, I don't know
Wow.
what you're talking about. What insulins?
Unacceptable.
Yeah, no, I don't have insulins. And but there's that sense of like, how do we accept? And even if in Tracy's powerful story about losing her husband as a young
Yes.
mom, like how do we accept and what has happened, what is true and has happened and is the reality we're facing? How do we accept that and still be empowered and shift our energy from a low energy of a victim energy of 1 or an anger energy of 2 and come up over the line energetically into something that allows us to be more forgiving at a level 3 that just softens, and then maybe somehow see some good in it, lifting our energy even higher. And I think that it was challenging because I mean I was down in level 1 victim energy and I still drop down there, you know, like
Mhm.
occasion, you know, like not on a fairly frequent basis, or I'll get up to
Yeah.
2 and I'll be like, this really pisses me off that I have this. Like I get into that, and but that's better than being a victim, right? It's got more oomph in it. But my goal is to just be like, let go. You know what? It is. And for right now, that's the truth. So maybe someday, you know, I have an Ayurvedic practitioner who tells me if I keep doing my Ayurvedic eating that, you know, I'll cure it. But if I stay connected to like I have to cure it, I can't be okay if I don't cure it,
Yeah.
then I'm still in the resistance. I'm still down at level 1 and level 2 because I'm still feeling ripped off. I have to fix it or I can't be okay. If I can let myself be okay with what is, and that's where Byron Katie's work is so powerful, is accepting the truth right now rather than pretending that we have to have something different in order for today to be okay. Like
Yep.
my husband, like in your case, Tracy, what you went through in that situation, or
Right.
for everyone who's listening, you know, we have these lives that include many challenges.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good stuff there, Jane. Tracy, anything else you want to add, my friend? I love the discussion about being bold, and I like the event plus reaction equals outcome. Thank you, Jane.
Yeah. It's, you know, it's one of the best tools that anyone can have in their tool belt, right? The tool belt analogy you were talking about with Susan,
Yeah.
to recognize that how you respond is, because it's entirely up to you, it creates your future.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Just loving on this situation. I've been keeping up on what people have been posting. Yes, it's open for you. Anybody else want to add into the discussion about letting go? Anything you learned over this
Looks like
hour?
Susan has a comment.
Yeah, I just have a comment about choice, because it's the same thing with people when they use their time, is they have a choice, and sometimes they might not recognize that.
Yeah.
So it's just I love what you said about that, because it ultimately is your choice.
Yep.
And the things that you find to be priorities, you always make time for.
Yep.
So, you know, freeing yourself of that belief, you know, that you don't have time and that it's not your choice is super important.
Yep.
To be able to move forward with making more choices in alignment with what's important to you.
Thank you,
Couple years-
Susan.
A couple
Melody
years
Simpson
ago when
said, I found in letting go of my version of my old self, I get to evolve into the best version of me. Joyful me.
Can I speak to that real quick?
And Dirk has something to say too. Dirk, add in, my friend.
No, I'm loving all of this. I think it's it's amazing. And years ago, I went to a landmark forum, and I was going to go there and I was going to really focus on me being a victim, and because I had some sexual abuse stuff in my past. And what I found and what I love with we're all talking about is a choice, and the events, the reaction, the outcome is I was in there, and the first day of the event, they were talking about things that happened to us, events that happened to us, but also these stories that we connect to them. And the events are one thing. They really happened, but the story was my thing. The story was totally separate from the event. And so I was blown away, and I was like, okay, if I created this bullshit story,
Yeah.
I can recreate a more empowering story. That's my choice. Or I can hang on to that bullshit story and let it take me down.
Yep.
That was worth the cost of admission, as they say. But I love, Tracy, the idea of choice and the event plus reaction equals outcome. Beautiful.
Well, you know, Dirk, and on our panel, please feel free talking about this, because our community, I feel when we have these discussions, a lot of people feel safe. And if you're not posting, that's okay. Make sure you're journaling. Get in there and make sure we hear from you. I remember, since, you know, we are speakers and we talk quite a bit about different things. Last time I remember saying that I was doing something because of my background being abused. And I was like, well, how? And it didn't fit right with me. I was like, okay, am I on the sense that I'm ready to break through that and not say that specifically? Because like, this is why I did blah, 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 because of my abuse background. I mean, I made that so truth, but the thing is that what I feel, what I'm learning about this is, as I let those things go more and more, that I get to really see the true me, and I get to see that was somebody else's issue. And so now I get to play with that phrase, I get to, or I have to. And if I keep leaning in on Rhonda, this abuse victim, that, and I thought I did, you know, all this work, but this is what I really love about these discussions, is that it gets layered in different conversations. It shows up differently. And for us to keep our eyes and ears open, because the self-learning and hearing the words we're using are like so important. But going through something where I went to go visit my child, and I had to tell Rhonda Cheney, my maiden name, that everything was going to be all right. And I've been working with so many different people, and the discussion truly is that once we get that in our frame, that's attached to so many things. If you have whatever's in your background, that I get to becomes stronger and stronger as you decide what words you're going to be using. So Debbie Turn says, having experienced domestic violence, it could be easy to stay in victim mode. However, turning my experience into something empowering, like getting out safely, reflecting on how I got there, and appreciating the lessons I get to show up differently. And so Debbie, does that make sense for you too, that some of the, you know, I have to kind of a syndrome can fall into this, like as you're going through your journey and dealing with domestic violence? And does that ring true to you also? I don't know what you guys think on the panel right now as we're going to transition to Jane, but it's the worst feeling ever to be in that, so much pain. And I care about you guys. I'm glad that you're here to be able to speak to this stuff.
Absolutely. I think that, you know, that sense of I get to means that I get to let go of the inner resistance to whatever it is. If it's an abusive partner, if it's a childhood history, I get to let go of that. So almost like it's not going to make it disappear. It's almost so I'm just not hooked into the cog that makes it run in me. So it's still there, but I can, if I think about it like a visual of a machine, and it's there and I'm hooked into it. So every time I think of it, it runs and I'm in it again. If I can somehow pull away from it so that I'm just not reactive to it, it's still there. I can still see it. It might even run on its own, like a GIF or GIF, you know, it runs on its own on my computer, but I don't have to hook it into myself. So there's a difference in that. And that's something, and Rhonda, Dirk and I have some of these conversations in another coaching group we're in about like how to let go of some of the pieces that still are stuck in me, some of the shame pieces and other pieces that are still there. How do I let go of those by not continuing to be reactive to things that have happened in my history, my story?
So if you are seeing this now, this will be live in our group, and this is also going to be podcast. And Dr. Jane Gwynn, I'm so happy that you're here speaking to these things that happen in our mind. Our mind can go really crazy right now. When my back was having some problems, I was thinking, here, wait, am I going crazy? Because my brain was not, I couldn't focus on even putting anything into a baggie, or because I was trying to clean the kitchen, like in a baggie. Putting in a baggie, Rhonda, what are you talking about? But I could focus on my coaching because I could just keep my heart open, and that was most of the time my body actually was not aching. So I realized this is a lot of emotional stuff that's wrapped into how our body feels and stuck. Anybody else have anything to add in? I'm ready to transition to focus with this wonderful relationship stuff with Jane. Let's see. Debbie said, I'm no longer triggered by it, as Debbie was talking about abuse and can talk openly about it. It also has given me a whole different level of empathy and compassion with my clients and others. I know, Jane, I think about that. Debbie, I appreciate you really showing up and sharing this, because I find that this is what happens in our group. It's a very safe place. If I find anything that's not serving, believe me, they won't be in our group, but this is great. Jane, with learning all about this, it really does help us become this mentor, coach, wherever we're leading, to be our authentic self, but also we get to be so deep in what we're doing. We can feel and understand what people are dealing with. I mean, there is something there once you start clearing it that becomes one of your strongest pillars. One of the things I like to talk about.
Yeah. And I love the group of people you brought together here, Rhonda, to talk about this transformation. And the fact that it's the Fresh Inspiration Show seems so appropriate, because we are multidimensional people. We're not only physical bodies, and we aren't only a calendar. You know, that these things really impact us. We're not just our energy. We're not just our health. We're not just our sexuality, but we are all these things together. And what I think about when I look at this is it's almost like looking at ourselves through different windows. We can see, for example, Susan's work that I'm looking forward to hearing about productivity, which when I think about that, I think about like, how do I use this limited resource that I have, which is my time? Like, how do I prioritize my time so that when I show up in the world, that at the end of the day, that my 3 things that I've said were priorities actually are things that I invested my time in. And that happens in relationship too. I mean, we talk a lot about wanting to have a romantic, a connected, a loving, a passionate relationship. But I wrote the book in 2016 called Too Busy to Get Busy for this exact reason.
Hold on here, Jane. Oh, I love this. Too busy to get busy. Is that the title?
That's the title. And yeah, and
I'm sorry, Jane. I know you're on a flow. Let me just hold
it's
this
all right
for a moment. Now I got to tell you, I'm really excited about this conversation. Okay, Jane, you can keep talking now.
Well, I'll tell you what. You know who loves that title are men.
Mm.
Men love the title, and I think it's because we tell them that. Hey, baby, I'd love to, but I'm just so busy. You know, like,
just so busy.
I'm so busy. You know, it's amazing. I love you. You are the most important thing
You
in
are
my life,
sexy, man.
honestly.
I'm just too busy.
You look great. You are fabulous. It has nothing to do with you. It's just busy, right? Like I've got the kids, I've got soccer, whatever, you know, been there. I got the t-shirt. What?
You don't get me sexy on. No.
Yeah. Right.
Now.
Yeah, we don't, because it takes so long, right? I mean, let's think about it. I'm a sex coach. So when people say, you know, I'm so busy, I don't have time to have sex. And I'm like, and in my mind, as a sexologist, sex coach, so I have a PhD in human sexuality, and I'm also a trained sex coach and an energy coach. In my mind, I'm thinking, if you're like the majority of couples, this is a 5 to 7 minute activity you're talking about. And
Oh,
unfortunately,
not
it's
an
only
hour.
5.
Okay, hold on here.
No, it's not for most couples. I'm not suggesting this is what it should be, but the studies show that couples spend about 5 to 7 minutes in actual sexual activity. It isn't a time management issue. That's not it. But if we talk about how long it would take us to go from feeling disconnected, feeling misunderstood, feeling like you don't get me and you've hurt me and all that, and to talk about that, that's hours, weeks, months. That's what I do with people over 6 months to help them unpack all the hurt and the things that have happened around sex and intimacy and everything else, to get to that place where they can actually touch each other and feel like lovers instead of roommates, because that takes a long time, sometimes years. And for that reason, we're too busy because we don't have time for that. And I don't recommend that anyone have sex in a relationship when they're doing it out of obligation. So there are some people who are like, if you're a female, you're in a connection with your partner's a male, you owe it and you got to do it and check the box. I just am not down for that. To me, I'm helping people really open themselves up so that what's happening is heart-centered, it's heart-opening, it's transformational on a beautiful, deep level, rather than something that's just a physical act. And I don't mean that it has to be some kind of a romantic deal with candles and a bubble bath and all sorts of other stuff that's really a fake thing for a lot of people anyway.
Yeah.
I'm talking about just actually feeling like your partner gets you and you get him or her, and when you're with them you feel like you are alive and you're connected to your deepest self, that it's actually giving you real pleasure and not some kind of perfunctory thing.
So Jane, I know that we're going to be talking about more things than what we're talking about right now. I wanted to hold you in that space for a moment. And so you're saying, because this can go in every space of our life, but I want to understand this, that you could actually be like this 100%, huh? Like you see that this is a part and a way of life, of being that connected with your partner.
Yeah.
Mm.
And it honestly, to me, is about, it really is about communication to me. So, and most of the people who come to me honestly would recognize that. They often say, we don't have sex, we don't communicate well about that. Many times, Rhonda, they've been to therapy. I have I train therapists and I get a lot of referrals from therapists. And as they say, some of my best friends are therapists and I've been to therapy, but therapists have a different training. They're not trained to talk about sex specifically. So a lot of people have gotten marital or couples counseling and they've learned to communicate better. So they might be able to talk about a lot of stuff, but they can't talk about sex. They don't know how to say the things that actually need to be said. For example, it's often the case that and this isn't true of all relationships. I see a lot of couples where the woman desires more sex than the man. And I see a lot of lesbian couples. But in a case where it's the man desiring more sex than the woman, which is what we consider to be the norm, which is not actually the norm, but let's just use that case for discussion right now. Oftentimes the woman feels like she is being, she's not being received in any kind of way that allows her to feel like she can be vulnerable. And then she's asked to open, and that's what happens physically in the sex act between men and women. The woman opens to the sex act. She's asked to open, and it's a very vulnerable experience for women. She's asked to do that, but she's never felt like the partner opened to her. So opened the heart, she's asked to open her body, but there's not a balance in that energy there. And so she resists, and we talked about resistance already, because she's holding that back. She doesn't want to be vulnerable in that way because her partner hasn't been vulnerable to her. If that makes sense.
I love that. Great stuff, my friend. We have Dusty Garside-Bernacki here, and she said, such a great topic. I know, Dusty, we're just transitioning in with Dr. Jane Gwynn, and that might not be specifically where you were going, Jane, but what a great transition into talking about being working with couples and understanding that not all therapists are not trained to talk about sex in itself. So when you first start off, it is really connecting with the relationship, but then you're also connecting just the, like, what the sex act really, like the flow and the love and the communication and the opening up to each other. That is that's the part that I think gets missed a lot, because sometimes you feel vulnerable because of something, but you don't realize it's because you haven't felt like your partner has opened up, or maybe you have some things that you need to work on to communicate better.
Totally true.
Mm.
Yeah. Communication here is so critical. And this is also because of our society, right? So there are so many things that we just chit chat about. We go to Starbucks. Tracy was talking about Starbucks earlier, and maybe we talk about sex. Not so often, very seldom do we. But we probably talk about our mother-in-law, and we talk about the fact that our son doesn't like online learning or isn't doing his homework, and we talk about finances, perhaps to an extent, and like having conflicts about the budget, whatever. But we don't necessarily talk about oral sex in the way that that's working in our relationship, very private, right? We don't talk about the fact that we feel intimidated or uncomfortable about our body. We don't talk about things that have to do with actual sex acts. It's considered inappropriate for most of us. So one of the things that happens is, because we don't have these conversations, they are stuck just between us, like just between you and your husband. And that's the only place you have to talk about it. And then it becomes this repeating uh, problem that is just, when you get into it, it's a chronic problem that just clicks, clicks, clicks every time the same thing.
Yeah.
And we need a pattern interrupt. So that's where I come in as an intimate communication facilitator. So really, I'm helping people have the conversations that really they could have without me if they felt safer in
Right.
their container.
Mm.
So and the three things that I think we
Again.
need in a relationship that's a lover relationship, which is what we're supposed to be having in these marriages, is lovers rather than just pals or friends. The three things we need are, in my view, I'd be interested to hear how other people feel about this, but I think we need a compatible worldview. So we don't have to agree on everything, but the way we see the world needs to be compatible, so that I don't think, that you and I get along in terms of the way we expect to do things, our priorities, etc. I think we need vulnerable communication, the ability to really hear each other at a heart level. And I think we need physical intimacy that works for us. Now, I may be a highly sex person or a low sex person, and you might also be that. And then if we're partners, great. If you consider yourself to be a very sexual person and I consider myself to be a low sex person, that oftentimes isn't working. But the thing that's funny about that is, usually what I notice when I work with people like that is, like, let's say I'm a high drive person and you're my partner and you're a low drive person. When I talk to you, the low drive person, when I'm your coach and I talk to you, you often will tell me that you're low drive because you don't like what's going on. You're low drive because the sex you're being offered or the connection you're being offered is actually not sexy to you. So it's not that you're actually low drive, it's that you're low drive in this situation. You've been
Uh-huh.
made to feel inadequate in this situation and like you're not turned on. And so you've given up. It's kind of like you opted out. So we get back to that event and a reaction and outcome. You're given an offer, right, to have sex that is not keen for you. It's not good. You don't want that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Maybe not even a sex act, maybe just the way that it happens. Maybe it's become boring. Maybe your partner doesn't feel like they are really present with you, and that really matters to you. So you end up having a disconnect. And that's what happens with so many couples. So many couples are just stuck with really sexless marriages. Oftentimes, many of the people I talk to have not had sex for years, literally.
Dusty brought out that sometimes when there's medical stuff going on like that, that's what she was talking about also, that feeling.
Yeah.
But that's what the issue is. So I could see what you were just saying is that when you may have a low sex drive because of maybe a medical situation, could you speak to that? Because that's a little tricky
For
when,
sure.
when we're discussing that.
Of course. So the the so we are, it's a physical act, right? It's a
Yeah.
physical act. And so we do assume, and correctly so, that medical situations influence us as sex partners. So a lot of, I talk to a lot of women who have sexual pain for various reasons, maybe hormonal, maybe something else. I talk to men who have erection problems for various reasons, maybe related to medications, maybe something else. And these things, and there may be other things. There may be issues with your joints. There may be issues with other things with your energy level. Like you have chronic fatigue, and the idea of sex is just, it seems impossible. So these things do affect us, but it doesn't mean that there aren't ways to start becoming connected sexually that will allow you to have intimate connection. It might not look exactly the way you think it should look. And that's another thing that I think is really important, is to realize that just like in every other thing, we're co-creating something that works for both people. So it isn't like something you'd see in some kind of sexy Hollywood movie where they've got to be stunt people doing that stuff. I mean, like, where do they get these people? But that's not real, They call it
Where do they
Hollywood
get
for a
these people?
reason. Really, I mean, come on. They have, there's makeup, there's hair, there's like all this stuff. I mean, this is not reality. So when we're talking about two real people touching each other in a way that each person enjoys, it can look like so many different things. And I had a call with a client couple recently where there were some sexual pain issues. One of the things I suggested is, and try this at home, like you can do this even anywhere, right? This is a G-rated deal.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Like anywhere? What are we talking about here? Gee.
Anywhere, like anywhere. Well, in my view, anywhere. I live in Oregon, whatever, But so some of us are what I call peripheral people. We hold our erotic energy in the hands, the feet, the head, and the neck. That's oftentimes women, not everybody, not all, but a lot of women. And then there's another group that I call core people, who hold their erotic energy in the core. So head, neck, chest, groin, usually male, not always. So if you're a peripheral person, now if you're a core person, this won't work anywhere. But if you're a peripheral person, like if you're a male who wants to be with a woman and have her become more open to you, take your fingers and put them at the tips of her finger, and then stroke gently toward the elbow on the inside, and
Ooh.
then pick it up and do it again. So what you're doing is you're bringing that energy, the erotic energy that living out in her periphery, in her hands, right? That's the busy hands living out there, and you're bringing it toward the core. You're stroking it in toward the core, like moving it toward the core. Or her feet, you move from her toes and move up toward her knees, not past where the soccer uniform would be. Okay, that's where a lot of people get into trouble. They start messing with the area under the soccer suit. Don't do that, because that's an area that's more private to peripheral people, to women typically.
Mm.
So you can also rub her head. Her head, she likes scalp massage usually. You could comb her hair. You could rub her neck or her face oftentimes. You're bringing this energy into the core, bringing it in. And even if, as Dusty mentioned, there's medical problems sometimes, I have yet to find a woman, someone who identifies this way, who does not like this, and where it doesn't start to soften her and melt her and allow her to really come into her core and to start to become more connected to herself sexually, because she's living in the outside, she's doing, she's being, she's thinking, right? She's thinking, she's at Costco in her head all the time, and she's running around and she's doing the shopping or whatever she's doing. I don't know what she's doing now, but she's busy,
He's
and
doing the Costco.
she's doing it, and she's not. And then her partner, is like, why won't you have sex with me? And she's looking at him like, I'm not even there. Like, I'm so far from there. Now, if you want to connect to someone who's a core person, a male usually, what I recommend is men oftentimes love having their heads massaged. This is probably why they have such short hair. They like going in and getting a haircut every time because you get a head rub out of that. That's awesome. They don't call it head for nothing, right? They like that. That's an awesome thing.
Here we go, Jane. Here she goes.
And neck and back massages on a male, really amazing. And then men often like it if you just grab them in the if they're wearing a pair of Levi's or trunks or something, and just grab them in the front in a gentle and nice way, just to recognize that you see their masculinity, you touch them there, rather than acting like anything about you as a sexual male, I just refuse to acknowledge and validate. Like, I don't even see you as a sexual person. And because I'm threatened that you're going to request sex from me, and I don't want to give you the wrong idea.
Yeah.
We've also been socialized to think that if men become sexually turned on and we don't perform, that somehow they'll be damaged or injured. That's just a lie. So anyway, just got to let that, the blue balls thing is and always has been a lie. So
Hey, I see us
don't let them
taking
tell you
notes
that.
here.
That's not true.
I see us taking notes here. This is great.
Yeah.
Really
Anyway,
good information.
that's how.
Jane, I like because I like around my ankle, just touch and start. It brings on this like release of like, oh, I feel so good. Or
Nice.
so I've been dealing with my back. Jeff has been, massaging. I said, just hold my hand, and I could feel everything. So I must be that kind of person that
Yeah.
really likes those touches.
Do you like having your head rubbed?
I do. I like my head and my face and
Yeah.
my hands and my ankles. Yeah, definitely.
Nice. Well, you have you can do that anywhere. It's G-rated.
Woohoo! Now somebody's watching this, they may think, "Oh, look what Rhonda's doing."
Yeah. Well,
Dr. Jane brought it up. There we go.
it's actually good. It's good for us to recognize that this part of ourselves is normal and healthy, and particularly for those of us who are, socialized as women, because we really didn't get that message that being a sexual person, and if you're a mom, right, for the women who are moms listening,
Yeah.
it's very challenging to kind of juxtapose, connect this mothering role that we have, the sense of being this good mom, and we've already talked about that quite a bit this morning, with this role of as a sexual woman. We know how to do those things separately. We don't know how to connect them, to allow them to overlap.
That's a hard one, Jane.
Yep.
That's a hard one.
Mm-hmm. Say more.
Mm. Hey, look, I'm getting sex advice from Jane.
Yeah.
It is. So, Jane, am I speaking to what you hear from a lot of people? Because as a person that thrives as being a mommy,
Yep.
12 years ago, I came home and left corporate life, and I got to be this person that I get to experience these days. I didn't know it was in me. So at home, the mother and father, my hubby, he was raised differently. So I keep seeing myself as a parent in the relationship that I have with my husband to make sure we're on the same page. So to be able to transition and do it quick so that I can be with him fully is it is a challenge. Like, I love to be intimate and I love to have those vulnerable conversations. At home, doing it consistently is a challenge. It's not weird or not expected, but it definitely is harder for me to be in the conversation when when we get to have some time together.
Yep. I totally hear you. True for you, true for me, true for all my clients. True. It's challenging. And we think that if our kids overhear a sexually explicit conversation, I wonder what we actually think. So there's some kind of, like, they're going to be harmed. Or if they hear us having sex or are aware of that they're going to be harmed. And somehow, like, why do we think that they're going to be harmed by that? That's an interesting question.
Right,
But
because
in
it's
our
life
culture, we
stuff,
do think
right?
that. What?
Jane, you're talking about, because it's life stuff. And this is
Yeah.
a component of living it's part of living. And you know what I think about is when we have the sexy music on, I go, well, the kids already know what's going on. That's what happens. That's what happens for us. Like, we just love music. And I'm like, yep. And now they know.
Now they know what's
They
happening.
know the door is closed. And now they know.
Well, I know what you mean by that too. I mean, it's really challenging because I don't know if I've told you before, but I live in Bend, tiny little town. Excuse me. And we live in a little house in Little Bend. And now we have a lot of people living here. This house is really small, like 2,000 square feet, 6 people. And everybody kind of tucked together. It was built in 1916. One floor, like one of those little houses that the workers had when they were building big houses for the fancy people. And yeah, and my kids have got great hearing. But my husband's kind of hard of hearing. Like, he doesn't hear where he have hearing aids from when he was a hunter as a kid. And like, he just doesn't get it that like his voice carries. And
The whole time you're telling them to shh, shh, shh.
oh man, it's really interesting to me because I think that, but it's part of life that we have a loving relationship. We're lovers. So we're lovers living in a house, and there's grown kids in here. My one son is 16, one's 23. He has his girlfriend here. They're very quiet. I don't know what's going on there. Don't need to know. But yeah, it's challenging, but I think that our kids do know that we have a sexually active relationship, and we make we don't hide that at all as a couple in terms of conversation. He makes a lot of little comments, and and I'm the one who's usually just kind of like trying to keep things so it's like I can feel comfortable.
Yeah.
But it's still but I think it's more energetically, it's the management of the actual activities is one thing. It's the energetic management I think is more challenging. Like, how do I open myself as a sexual person when I'm trying to help Max with his homeschooling, for example, or
Yeah.
deal with the fact that Leo just graduated from University of Oregon and this, he'd like to get a job and, there's no jobs or whatever. My daughter just left to go back to university in Chicago, who's been home studying biochem. How do I manage like the head space that I'm in about like those things? And again, I've been doing this for 33 years, the parenting part. So I've got a lot more years on you in terms of experience. I've been managing this part. And honestly, my story of how I got into this is I didn't have any road out of that when I was younger. And it almost destroyed our relationship because I was so into my kids. I was so into parenting. I was so into everything to do with that. I was such a super mother that it ended up almost destroying us because, of course, as things would go, Jim was, getting hit on by other women. And I was like all about the Cheerios and the mac and cheese and like the costumes for Halloween and like really annoyed all the time because I had so much to do. I was way too busy. Okay.
Yeah.
I was too busy to get busy. That's why I wrote the book. That's why I do what I do, because
Yeah.
I know what happens. But I thought I thought that was more important for my family to be that woman than it was to be a lover. And that was the lie, because it really was, it was draining me, and it was disproportionately putting me into this mothering role, which my kids didn't need. They needed me, but they didn't need me to be just like hanging on every grade card and every viola concert and, like all my ego and connection to them and my role as a mom, that was how I got all my ego strokes.
I
So
love that.
that
Do
was
you
a
want
shift.
me to share with you what Melody said?
You bet.
How else do we teach her? Because this is a great question, Jane. Do we teach our kids what is normal and it's okay to be a sexual central being? Socially, sex is still a taboo subject. Unfortunately, can we unpack this a little bit, Jane? I think there's a couple things here, but maybe you see a few. Of course, let me read this again. How else do we teach our kids what is normal, quote unquote? It's okay to be a central being. And then also talking about just in our world, like you are a sex therapist, so I bet there's some things that you can really speak to this about socially, that sex is a taboo, is that really what's happening right now? Have we been moving forward on this? I think there's some things to unpack here.
You bet. I love those questions. And I do think that between partners, between life partners, that's where we start to change society around the taboo and all of the hidden pieces that lead to sexual abuse and trauma that excuse me, keep us from having authentic conversations during times when we are assaulted or something else has happened, or we have a sense that something might be happening that isn't appropriate as a young person or a person of any age. When there's a taboo, we don't talk about it because we don't know how it'll be received and whether we'll be shamed about what has happened in our life. And I think that when we can connect as two people in a relationship about what's happening in our bedroom, and we can actually talk about that, we start to lift the taboo in our families. So I love the question, because that is, in my view, how we start to lift the taboo, is by being sexual people, having conversations that perhaps, maybe somebody overhears us talking about, like, how we'd like to have a better kissing practice. We'd like, we wish we could kiss differently or more. Like,
Yeah.
if our kid heard that, would that be so damaging to them? They overheard that conversation, like, I wish you kissed me the way you did when we first met each other. Like, why would that be bad?
Your kids are probably like, oh, geez, mom and dad, get a room.
Get a room. Yeah, right. Well, that's okay though, because they recognize, like, then you and Jeff talk, and they think, like, that's how you work it out. Just like if they come in and you're saying, who's got all these Amazon orders on our account? Like, what was that one from? Or, like, what's
Yeah.
this thing on our bank account? Like, what's going on? Just the same kinds of conversations we would normally have. Just
Oh,
like our intimate life is just part of life. It's not like something that can only be discussed, like on an annual basis or, rarely. I suggest people talk about sex several times a week in some way or
oh.
another, like 2 to 3 times a week, that talking about sex, sexuality, your sex life, how you're liking it, what happened, what didn't happen, that happen regularly. Doesn't have to be around the kitchen table, but just that it's in your life on a regular basis.
Jane, I find that as I've cleared through sexual abuse, that it opened me up so much to be able to be so relaxed having these conversations about what is important to me and not being so embarrassed. There was a lot of shame around what I was feeling, and it made me so upset that I couldn't express myself. But I also felt the feeling of this hovering of stuff going on. I'm finding this discussion to be even more healing for me. And as I look through our discussions here, what people are posting, I'm finding that we're all coming from different angles. And so some of the questions that have been brought up, is there something you want to bring together, or a feeling that you have that maybe we haven't spoke to put it with a bow here? We have about 10 more minutes together before we open up the symposium with Dirk, you and me.
Well, I think the key piece, Rhonda, and I love that you shared that as the conversation is happening, that it is starting to lift some pieces for you around your history, and that sense of being able to process and allow things to flow through without being reactive. As we talked about this earlier, that the past, the stories that we have about that causes a reaction in us. So when we talk with a partner, or with a trusted friend, or with a coach, when we talk about these things, when we talk about sex, sexuality, intimacy, it allows us to continue to just kind of lift and lighten our energy, so that we can start to show up, drop our shoulders, as Dirk taught us this morning, stop being so guarded in our bodies. It's like, how can we be sexual when we're like living like this, right? So we can kind of start to open up. And yet we are so vulnerable when we talk about sex, that we don't have any kind of modality or a way to talk about it without it just blowing up. So when I teach people a 7-step process for that, the key pieces, and if anyone's interested in this, I would be delighted to send them more info about it, but the key pieces are that it's an intentional conversation. So you don't necessarily just, this happens a lot, like you're on your way, back when people used to go to soccer practice, you're taking the kids to soccer, you get the, the shin guards and everything in the car, and as you leave the door, or leave the back door, you say to your partner, and by the way, I didn't come last night, just in case you're wondering, or, and by the way, that was some of the worst sex I've ever had, clang, or by
Oh,
the way, we got to work on our sex life, that's not it, right? Don't do that. Instead, set up a time and a place. So you have privacy and you have time, a setting and a schedule for a conversation that it can be profound and can be deep. Make sure you set a purpose for this conversation. Say something like, I want to connect with you. I want to make sure that as we talk about this, that I love you, and my intent is that we become better and more connected, more heart open, better sex, better life together. And then you are open and non-judgmental as you listen to each other. And then maybe the key piece is that you listen without interrupting, but critical piece, that when your partner or when you get escalated and you're losing it, you're somehow, you're going to say something that is hurtful or mean, or your partner has said something that's hurtful or mean, that you do a timeout. So you say, I'm not going to interrupt you, but when it goes off the rails like that, we're going to stop and we will come back to it another time, because it can be a very challenging topic to talk about.
yeah.
And so often people say things that they regret and that are really harming. So those things are what I recommend people do to have specific healing conversations about sex.
I love that. Thank you, my friend. Melody added in, growing up, I observed wonderful exchange between my grandparents, very sassy and sweet. My grandpa would pass my grandma in the kitchen, brush her butt, and whisper how cute she was. They were adorable, so grateful for the example, married 65 years. Sherry
Nice.
Breyer said, such interesting conversations, hard to tear myself away, but I have to teach my class. We'll join later. Sherry Breyer is a really, a person that really enjoys these Inspiration-A-Thons.
Nice.
Jane, and then Tracy, I want to make sure that I bring you back too. I didn't get an opportunity to have you share how people can connect with you. So I definitely want you to also get in the comments and share with people how they can connect with you. But let me get to Jane. Jane, where is it? Because now we know that you have Too Busy to Get Busy. Is that right?
That's the name of the book, yeah.
Name of the book. How can people connect with you? You have some very strong points here that help people with having dysfunction based on health. Maybe there's things there that you already see insight that you want to help with, people like that, or people that are dealing with some type of abuse in their background and they're learning to heal that, learning about conversation. Where do you want to have them go so they can keep that conversation going with you, or maybe some time with you?
Sure. So my website is howtofixmysexlife.com. Howtofixmysexlife.com. And my name is Jane Gwynn. It's spelled Guyn. You can connect with me on Facebook at Dr. Jane Gwynn on Facebook, or it's best just hit me up at howtofixmysexlife.com. You can get the opt-in there and I have a very minimal email list in terms of hitting you up, don't worry. But my opt-in is the 5 steps to the perfect kiss. So you want to figure out how to be a better kisser.
I love that. So make sure that you also type that in, Jane, as you've been active this morning with
Sure.
everybody too. We have a couple more minutes here. Is there something else that you wanted to share before we transition into the symposium style?
Sure. The other thing that I would like people to do is to think about nonviolent communication. And people have talked about communication and, earlier, I mean, I think this is such a great amalgam group of people who are connecting. But the nonviolent communication technique that I like to teach people is to say something like this. You can even use this as a template, right? So when you, say I'm talking to Jim, my husband, when you said something, I felt something. So fill in the blank. When you, and then fill in the blank what they do. When you tell me something, I feel or felt something. I felt jealous, I felt mad, I felt hurt. When you said that I wasn't good at something, I felt hurt. The story I'm telling myself is, this comes back to the work by Byron Katie that Tracy is thinking about nodding. The story I'm telling myself is that you don't care about my feelings, or whatever the story is that you're telling yourself. Is that true? So instead of just saying, you hurt my feelings, if I say, when you did this, I felt this, the story I'm telling myself is this, is that true? That's nonviolent communication. When we use that in our experience with our partner, it gets to the root, it gets down underneath the story, our feelings, and what we assume was being done by our partner, and can really make a difference to our sex life. I'll write this in the chat box too.
You know what? Tracy was nodding yes, and I was too. That was a very, very good example. Others can't hurt our feelings unless we choose to allow our feelings to be hurt. So Tracy Root said, that's a hard one to unpack too. You know, it's hard to, our feelings and emotions can go anywhere. And it's a lot of the self insight and work that we do to understand, my feelings are hurt, you know, and how you can relate with that. And so as we're talking, Jane, I feel like I'm floating through the space with you, because you gave really insightful information about being intimate with some people. What I'm noticing is that some people decide just to be solo. But you do see that, well, wouldn't that person be happier if they had somebody that they could love on? I always think about that, because that runs in my family of being solo, and that, and stuff like that. It's probably a generational thing. And with what you're saying could be very healing in so many different layers. We did different layers, but I see even people like that really need to, kind of just reevaluate life, and how, if you start communicating, how that can really show up, and not feeling ashamed about communicating and sharing about your sexual space, but also just about what you said. You talked about the relationship there. Nailed it.
It's a huge part of relationship, but it's also something that we think is just a physical act, and it's actually multi-layered and very holistic. It involves everything, and then we can heal a lot of other things through the physical act. So it has both pieces. Yeah. It's really a powerful piece that we shouldn't leave to the side, honestly.
Yeah, I find that to be a very easy thing to be able to manage, that last component that you threw in there. Thank you. Tracy, did you want to add into this? Because I saw that you posted in our group, but did you want to add where people can find you? Because you gave such great information an hour ago too.
Sure. Well, it's actually really simple. And Jane, thank you so much. Like that, the last thing just wrapped it all up so perfectly for me about, which is why obviously Rhonda brought us all together, because we're all talking about the same thing, even though we cover different specialties, right? That no one can hurt our feelings unless we are choosing to let our feelings be hurt. But if we say, you hurt my feelings versus my feelings are hurt, those are two different ways of talking to someone. And I love how you're modeling that conversation. So thank you. For me, as far as contacting me, it's super easy. Here we are on Facebook. I'm at all the places.
I love it. All instant messaging or
Messenger, all that. Just search my name and you'll find all my pages and all that kind of stuff, personal friends, whatever. The main way probably to keep posted on what's happening is to go to the Gather website, which is gatherinsantacruz.com. We've got an amazing newsletter that we send out every couple of weeks that is not really only about me, but really about what we're trying to bring to the community, which is all kinds of opportunities for learning and growth in community. So that's the best place probably.
And the Fresh Inspiration Show is part of that community.
Absolutely.
Very, very part of that.
Yep.
It's not just that we're coming August 9th, if that works out, but it's about being part of the community and learning about Santa Cruz. And whenever we go into any community, we really do have to understand, what's happening there. And so it's a great way to stay connected.
Well, and what we're trying to make sure that people remember is just because we can't physically be together doesn't mean we're not still together. It's just different. It's not wrong, and it's not temporary, right? We're going to be in virtual community, online community forever at this point, even when we bring in-person community back into our lives. So we're definitely here to support others who are growing their businesses and their voice and bringing amazing things to all of their people and to the whole community. So we're thrilled to have the Fresh Inspiration Show be a part of that, and lots of other amazing people as well.
Wonderful. Hey, Dirk, are you ready to add into this symposium style?
I am ready. I'm amazed by, like we've been talking about, how all these conversations overlap. And Jane, I wrote down, I called it the setup for communication with my partner, because my partner and I have been married. My husband and I have been married for about 5 years. And just recently, I think the whole COVID thing, there's been a little bit of a dry spell. So a lot of what you're talking about, I'm like, oh, this is awesome. This is great. And also you're touching on some things that Rhonda and I've talked about as well, is healing some of our past abuse, or shifting my relationship, choosing to shift my relationship with my past abuse, and the story that I created around that. And the shame I had about myself and my body because of that. And I'm happy to report that that's all shifting. But I love this information. This is huge.
I find it to be delicious.
Delicious.
Delicious. When you're with an expert, when it just feels like, the way, Jane, that you're unpacking things is, it's not in your face. It seems very easy to follow. And that's when you're in a true expert space, is you don't feel like, okay, we're talking about sex, we're talking about this or that. I don't like to talk about that stuff, because I know, I think it was Debbie was talking about, culturally, it could be seen as some taboo subject. And that's what I love about the show and doing this, is that, gosh, it's so normal. It's like breathing, and our souls and spirit need it. It's part of the component that, Dirk is going to be talking at the top of the hour. That's one of the components too.
And one thing you talked about, Jane, too, that I didn't realize until you were speaking it, about the touch and certain parts of the body that touch and we react differently. I know for me, as a man, a lot of the things you mentioned, it holds true. But when I was touched around my core, my stomach, I would flinch. I would tighten up, because that was part of the connection with the abuse for me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So it took me a while to breathe through that and work through that.
Yeah. That's really powerful to notice that in yourself, and to just kind of get that, what is that imprint of our lives? Then how's that showing up now? And how does that change what we want now? And how can we speak that truth?
And I used to put judgment to that. Mm-hmm. Like, why am I doing that? And shut down, and almost, I think we talked about it, like my needs didn't matter.
Yeah.
Right? I'm feeling like that, but it's stuck here.
Yeah.
I can't speak my truth, because I'll be judged, I'll be left, I'll be whatever.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah. Thank you.
I've learned a lot. It's well, I had a podcast for a year, and my partner who's doing the podcast, she lives in Sweden, and she was focused in on the clearing of the sexuality and money. That was money. That was a really big thing for her. I loved having this subject every single week. I feel like there's so much healing around this because I never got the opportunity to think that this was normal.
Yeah.
I mean, I've always loved my intimacy with my husband. I feel like we are soulmates because I feel like such a deep connection. It doesn't mean that sex and intimate times is always going to be perfect. So it doesn't matter what angle you're coming in this discussion today or how far you healed. I believe that when we're 80, 90, if we're still on this earth, we're going to have fabulous conversation because it's on any kind of self-healing
Yeah.
situation.
The other
I
thing
was
to
very,
know, oh, excuse me, Dirk.
yeah, go for it.
I was just going to say that sex experts say that 10 to 15% of all sexual acts are either disappointing or in some way dysfunctional. So just to normalize the fact that not only is it not Hollywood, it's just that things happen. And the key piece there to me is decrease your expectations about what good enough looks like and just allow sex and sexual connection to be playful and pleasurable and fun. And don't put a lot of expectations about performance in any way on you or your partner.
Great advice.
I love that. I think we got to everybody. Debbie, there was one thing that you posted. I didn't get an opportunity to grab it. I don't know how to grab it in the feed, but if you want to add in some more there, we have quite a few people here. Melody said, thank you all. This is so important to shine a light on. And Melody, I just put a thank you to the others that added. You added some great stuff there too. Thank you for being vulnerable. It is so invulnerable, meaning open, authentic.
Can I speak to that real quick,
Yeah.
Rhonda? Because one of the things that Jane was talking about is, I think it's, if I wrote it down correctly, Jane, correct me if I'm wrong, vulnerable communication. And that's where I didn't allow myself to go, is to be vulnerable around my communication with sex, with my partner, and with my needs. So
Yeah, really important. Because if you have physical connection, even if you'd call it intimacy, if you have sex, but you aren't communicating vulnerably, there's always something left behind.
yeah,
Because it can even be more lonely when you're sexually active, but you don't feel like you're communicating vulnerably. You can finish a sexual experience and actually feel more distant than you did before you started.
I felt that before.
Yep.
Yeah, so
yeah,
that really speaks to the relationship at that point.
Yeah.
What's going on? Dirk, you and I are healing from Jane. Everybody else, this is
we
awesome.
are. And from what Tracy said too.
Yeah, Bartender said, quite satisfying conversation. Bartender, I love you being part of these conversations. Thank you. What were you saying, Dirk?
Oh, I just from what Tracy was saying, how these conversations are overlapping and how they're healing, and it's awesome. So
Dirk, I feel like that's like one of my specialties. Like people separate health and separate business and separate sex. I mean, like, I feel like everything is threaded because we're all talking about authenticity and about love for each other, or the person that's love in our life. How can we be productive in our business if we're not having fabulous, intimate space with people? And that could even be just your close friends. And we're not talking about sex overall, because sometimes it's the intimacy with your friend, having the conversations and being open. And so Jane, you did talk specifically about that whole thing around sex, but I know that you were speaking about, you opened the lid for this thing about relationships, about being vulnerable.
Right, because if you can talk about sexually specific things, which we consider taboo and so challenging, you could talk about other things. It's really a place to build, to work out, kind of like Dirk teaches us to work our bodies. It's almost like we're working out with our communication ability. And then when we get out into another relationship, we've got the skills. and we can use those. It's like easy lifting, then it's like an easy day. It's not leg day, it's like an easy day. You're just going to have a conversation about your feelings. You're going to share something, but it's not that vulnerability that comes from real nakedness with your partner.
Well, and Jane, what you said too about setting up the time, I have been guilty of this, where I would make comments on the run, right?
Yeah.
Like, we should have sex more. Gotta go. Okay, you know,
Yeah.
all right, and
Yeah.
so
Right. You're not alone.
Let's see.
That's the thing.
Melody said, I got lucky and had a partner in my 30s. He made, let's see here. He made it safe for me to ask what I needed, and it was life-changing. Oh. Dusty
Yeah.
said to Melody, told daughter at early age it's okay and natural to self-pleasure, and that is private. When she's older, she can may want a partner, and we'd like to talk several times before then. Oh yeah,
Yay.
I mean,
That's
bring it.
fantastic. Absolutely.
Yeah, wonderful stuff. Thank you, Jane.
thank you,
You
Jane.
betcha.
You know, it's so funny, everyone. So we're flowing and we're doing great today. How's everybody doing?
Great.
It seems like this time just goes by so fast.
I
So
know.
it's stuff that's really important, is what I'm finding. I'm finding that when I'm bringing these experts together, you know, Tracy, Susan, Dirk, and Jane, it becomes like such a big learning experience that we become closer as a community. And community is so important right now.
Yes.
So I love this. I'm finding this to be strong. So I'm glad that we're doing this monthly. And again, this is turning into a podcast, which is really cool. Just the next level. I love it. Okay. So my back is feeling even better than when we started. How is that? I'm standing because Dirk helped me with my body alignment. And he told me that if I stand like this,
Yes.
that's
Set the
sexy.
intention. Sexy. Strong and sexy.
He also said sexy, so that made me feel more, you know.
Or if you want to be powerful and pretty, you can be powerful and pretty, strong and sexy.
Powerful, pretty, sexy. Oh, it's the same.
All the above. All the above.
I'm feeling the same, Dirk. All these they're coming through right now.
Right.
So what I'm getting to know about Dirk, we're heading into our next hour here, is that Dirk and I just recently did a Facebook Live, and Dirk, when I was doing the introduction, I talked about your beautiful body, and it was a perfect opening as we got to discuss, you know, what that really means, like how that began for you, because your business is built on, you know, learning to be a badass and learning how posture and taking care of yourself and your mindset, that the byproduct is beauty. And that's what I love about this. And I am scrumptiously loving on the fact that when I used to do workouts with people, I just wanted them to focus on their body. Where's that leg going? Where's this going? But you've learned a way to truly multitask that. And so we got that at the beginning of the hour. So if you didn't see that, when we get done, make sure you grab some of that space with Dirk, where he specifically talked about alignment. We're going more into we're venturing into the health coaching area, which you'll be very interested in. I find it to be a very sexy conversation coming off the last hour with Jane.
Yeah.
I can throw that in. I do. I find it a very sexy conversation because when I'm talking about anything around life, I'm always building a plate. Dirk, I'm always talking about, like, there's this plate and you're building, you know, your positivity and you're building this and that. There's always food involved with me for some reason. So we're talking about, today we're going to talk about bio-individuality. Great things about primary foods. You're going to learn what those two mean, because there's actually two, and you're thinking, well, what does that mean? If you haven't gone to health coaching school or you haven't worked with the health coach, you may not know what that means. So we're going to talk about that, and we're going to hold the space for anything you want to talk about, as Dirk is coming along talking about the primary foods, about being a badass, about really stepping into who you are. Keep on bringing on the comments. Welcome in, Dirk.
Thank you, Rhonda. Thank you for having me here. And thank you,
Woo!
thank you for that comment about the body, right? But I want to say, and I appreciate that, and I've been fortunate that I've been able to build my body. But this took some work, more up here than here, right? So it took a lot of clearing for me to honor and really tap into my gifts and my body, because this became, for a long time, my armor, if you will. It was my way of protecting myself so no one else could hurt me. And when I realized that, I was like, wow, okay, what else is going on in my life? And as a trainer, I was always into working the body, working myself harder, harder, harder. It was my escape when I was younger, in a chaotic household, in my stories and how I was talking to myself in my head. So I fell in love with it, but it became more, at first it became about the body, and then it became about my headspace and how those two went together. So,
Yeah.
and it took me a while, for sure. So
Yeah, and I feel you. It's we can't just work out. We can't just do that because we're going to hurt ourselves. We're going to overwork out, or we're going to look at our results and look at the mirror and say that we're supposed to be looking like something instead of with, instead with
right.
the brain connection and saying, oh, this is beautiful. This is beautiful work. And I believe the outside is really giving us the experience of what's happening on the inside too. It's like some people maybe overworking out, and so they don't look healthy, but they're very slender. And as you, being an expert in the health, then that gives discussion about, how the rebalance too. So it doesn't matter about, the scale and the weight and where that's going. It's really about what's happening in the vision on the outside.
Totally. Because I can show up and people are like, wow, you're in really, really good shape. But years ago, on the inside, I was like, yeah, but it's a facade. It's a bunch of shit, right? Because I have the stories I was telling myself, right? Until I came to terms with some of the things we're going to talk about with primary foods and secondary foods. So if you thought this was going to be a cooking segment, sorry to disappoint you. But hopefully you get some.
Get your cooking plate over there. I'm ready for some good cooking.
Right. So hopefully you get some nuggets to chew on of information, right? But I had to really do the inside work, and to the outside and the inside came together. So bioindividuality, as you talked about.
Let's do it. Yeah.
Yeah. I talk about this with my health coaching and my personal training and my classes. And I mentioned it earlier when we were in the workout, or the warm-up rather. Bioindividuality is what works for one person may not work for another person. So we have to really get honest with ourselves and figure out what we want and what's going to really work for us. In the aspect of food, one person's food is another person's poison. So when someone comes to me and says, what's the best diet that I should be on? I'm like, the one that works for you, not the one that your neighbor's on or the latest fad. Figure out what foods feed you emotionally, spiritually, energetically, all of that, and bring that into it. So and along with that is bioindividuality around other aspects of our life, our workouts, what we want to do with our lives, our relationships. So figure out what works for you, and then really give yourself permission to explore that.
I like to explore.
Yes. When we explore, when we play, we inspire, it's about exploration and really taking the time to find out what works for us. It took me a while to do that because I was working a while back as a trainer, a health coach. I was working in Aspen, Colorado. Had a successful practice going on. I was creating some programs. I was exhausted.
Yeah.
I was exhausted. I was on the brink of adrenal fatigue, My mother had just passed. I was still connected to a toxic relationship in a way. And all of that was bringing me down. I was exhausted. Here I was supposed to be this healthy dude, health coach. And I was not living what I wasn't walking the talk. And I was exhausted. So I had to really sit down and get honest with myself and say, okay, what's going on? And I started with one morning with my food. I decided to do a personal inventory of what I was eating.
Yeah.
And I thought I was eating well. Decided I was looking at it. I'm like, okay, I'm having almond milk, almond butter on a Cliff Bar, which is oatmeal, with a banana. And it was funny, Rhonda, because I was like, okay, if the American Heart Association says men are supposed to have, on average, 36 grams of sugar a day, and women, only 27 grams of sugar a day.
Yeah.
I was at 40 grams of sugar in my breakfast before I was even out the door. So I found myself, my energy level was going up and down, up and down, up and down, right? And I'd be reaching for more stimulants to meet the needs of my classes, my clients, and everything else. I'd come through the door, I'd be exhausted.
Yeah.
I wasn't sleeping well. My anxiety was higher, which I've always had an issue with anxiety, but I was just feeding that anxiety with my habits and with my food. So before I was even out the door, I was at 40 grams. So can you imagine what I was at by the end of the day? So that's where really taking self-inventory, getting honest with myself, and started with what I was eating. Then I just started doing this self-inventory to see where else I had energy leaks in my life.
Well, Dirk, it's hard to get away from sugar. I want to stay on that subject, but I want to make sure that I share this with you. Melody Simpson, so interesting. I have become healthier and dropped weight and built muscle in the past months as I came to terms with embracing myself, forgiveness, and letting go of the old version of myself. It has been quite a journey, which I am still on. Armor is a great term. I had to let mine down, let that armor down.
Yeah, I think when we get honest with ourselves and really take inventory, not in a judgmental way, but just like, okay, what's working in my life and what's not? Like for me, there were some relationships that just weren't working anymore. They were sucking my energy. They weren't feeding me my energy, right? And that's one thing I want people to think about. What is feeding you? What is giving you energy? It's not just the food or the drink that we take in. It's also the people we surround ourselves with. I think we all talked about community, right? The importance of community. Who are the people that we surround ourselves with? What are the activities? Are they energizing us or are they draining us, right? Do we have a spiritual practice? Is there a practice that feeds us or not? So I'm glad to hear that she's taken a personal inventory and saying, okay, and I think this COVID, honestly, Rhonda, has given us permission to slow down. I know for me it has.
Yeah.
And taken some of the social pressures away. So I can look at myself and my partner in our lives and say, okay, where do we want to focus? What's important to us? Where do we want to go? You had a question about sugar before we got off that.
Well, it's very difficult to get away from sugar.
Yeah.
And so what Melody brought up when we just talked about, really being able to be real with yourself, that's one thing. And I believe it's hard if you have that story around that this is part of your routine, this is what you do every day, because it's if that's why people love drinking coffee. It's not something I've ever started, but like that coffee process. Mine used to be hot chocolate every day. And then I'd feel like I'm just starting my day. When you look at how much sugar you're having and you're working out like that, it's pretty darn scary.
Well, think about it this way too. And I was looking for something that will relate to this, that a friend sent to me. That it's typically never about the food that we ingest. And we'll talk about the primary foods and we'll jump in here next. It's usually about what else is going on in our lives. For me, I'm a sugarholic. I love me an Oreo cookie or
Tracy's raising
chocolate chip.
her hand. Susan's laughing.
Right. Right?
Yes,
I
Jane.
love it. I love it, love it, love it. And if I get on the sugar train, I'm in it, right? I jump full in. It's like doing a cannonball. But I find that it's a slippery slope. And I have to look at, all of a sudden my mood's affected, my recovery from my workouts is affected.
Yeah.
Because then when we ingest the sugar, it adds inflammation to our bodies. But not just inflammation to our bodies, but it also affects our microbiome, which is our gut health.
Yeah.
Right? And 80% of our immune system is in our gut. So why is that important? Especially now, when we're worried about contracting COVID. We need to be mindful of that. What we put into our body, how we feed our body, also how we feed our minds. They go hand in hand. And for me, I just found that sugar affected my recovery from my workouts, added inflammation to my body, and it affected my sleep. And then I was on this crazy cycle of, okay, I had these energy crashes. I must need more sugar, right?
Yes.
So that would lift me up for a little.
Yes, and then adrenal, because your body, the more sugar you have,
Right.
all of a sudden you're like, here, it's not giving me any energy.
No wonder I was crashing. No wonder I was on the brink of adrenal fatigue, is because I was draining my resources. I think Tracy talked about her plants dying. We have to water our plants. We have to water our personal lives, ourselves, in order to bloom, in order to grow, in order to give to others.
Yeah.
So I think I went off on a tangent on that.
That's okay. I know that I love to live life on a high. So
Yeah.
the easiest way to get there is sugar.
Yeah,
So
totally.
as I'm learning this balance stuff, it's with the other primary food that we're getting into at some point, it's that if I find that I'm living my life with a lot of yeses and abundance, that I get to have a glass of wine. I get to go and have a cookie. And that's all I want. It's like, because I'm present with it. I'm not feeding something. And I just did a detox last month, and it's not a true detox. It has a lot of phases to it and stuff. But the biggest thing was the discussions around sometimes we get lonely when we start taking away the sugar, because
Totally.
if we don't have that other balance with the other primary food, then we do feel lonely. So I'm excited. When you're ready, you may have some more to add to this.
Yeah.
I definitely want you to give the definition of what the first primary food you're going to talk about.
No, absolutely. And like with sugar, for me, it's like looking at, okay, what's out of balance? If I'm reaching for something, cravings are there as a signal for us. Cravings are there with food. Cravings are there to say, okay, either our body really needs it, because our bodies are smart. They're very, very intelligent. Or there's something out of balance. I'm stressed out. I know when I'm stressed out, sugar is gonna help me. Wrong. It's gonna help me for a short period of time, but then I'm gonna crash, and it's gonna add to my stress. So a friend sent this to me, and I thought it was brilliant and appropriate for this time, especially when we're in lockdown. I think it was in an article, New York Times. And everything that scientists know about stress suggests that it leads people to fall back into old habits. Stress makes it hard for people to change, even when they need it the most. Right? I know that for a fact for me. Stress, I'd get all amped up. And we talked about anxiety in the past too.
Yeah.
And how that all plays into it. And the food and the beverage that we take in can either help calm our stress and our anxiety, or it can feed it, right? So primary food, glad you asked. So as health coaches,
glad you asked.
Yeah, right. The one thing I loved about becoming a health coach, because as a trainer, I love being a trainer. I still love being a trainer, but people would show up with stuff that was happening in their life, and I couldn't really, or didn't feel comfortable addressing it. So I wanted to have more meat, to so to speak, or vegetables, however you want to look at it, to one of my clients, their sessions. So whenever someone would show up, we talk about other areas of their life. And that was different for a lot of people because they didn't know what that meant. And so until they became comfortable, they thought, wait, I can bring my life into my workouts. So becoming a health coach really, really spoke to me because we focus as health coaches on primary food and secondary food. And what secondary food is, think about secondary food. And I don't know if you can see this on my whiteboard.
Mm-hmm.
Secondary food is a smaller plate. That
Yeah.
is the food. That's the food that we take into our bodies. That's what we put on our plates. As important, or more importantly, is primary foods. And there's a lot of different categories of primary foods, but some of the ones I want to talk about today, and we've been talking about, are relationships, physical activity, career, and spiritual practice, whatever that means to you. And if any one of these, and there's more, and I can send out an assessment to people if they want, if they give me their emails, I'll send them a
Fabulous.
self-assessment to where they are.
Yeah, because
But
they can
if
connect with your instant message to be able to get more.
Absolutely. And what it is, it's a quick and easy, colorful, quick and easy assessment. Where am I really doing well in my life? What feels good? And what are some areas that I could really shift around and focus on? Relationships is a big one. Not just relationships with our significant other, but our friends, our families, and more importantly, our relationship with ourselves, right?
Mm-hmm.
Our physical activity. I found my own, and for relationships, Rhonda, I had to do an inventory of which relationships were feeding me and what were not feeding me, what were draining my energy. Because I was in some toxic relationships that I had to let go because they were really zapping my energy. Physical activity. There was a time that I thought more was better. And what I found myself doing was high intensity interval training almost 7 days a week.
Ooh,
And that's where intensity with intention came along too,
yeah.
was being intense, but having the intention behind the workouts, behind the lifestyle. Career. If someone's not in a career that feeds them or it's draining to them, where can they make some shifts around that?
Yeah.
And one thing I did not have, that when I was on the border of adrenal fatigue, was I didn't have a spiritual practice. I was so focused on my career that I was living in Aspen, Colorado. How much more beautiful could it be?
Yeah.
And one of my spiritual practices was to get out into nature. I wasn't doing that. So I had to do some inventory and get honest with myself and look at my primary foods and see what areas I could improve in.
Yeah.
Now, here's the deal. I didn't take every area of primary food and start making changes all at once. I would focus on one, right? And maybe the first one would be to get more into my spiritual practice and lean into that. That helped me shift and brought me some groundedness and helped me shift my secondary food. The food I was taking in, the food I was choosing to ingest.
Yeah.
So primary food, I want people to think about not just the food that they're putting on their plate, but really the primary food, the other areas of their lives that are nourishing them, right? And focus on one or two of those while we have the time, and especially in this time when things feel so out of control and we don't know what our next move is.
Yeah.
What are the things that we do have control over? And one of them, and some of these are our primary foods. How we treat ourselves, how we talk to ourselves, and our relationships, our career, our spirituality, and our physical activity. What are the things we do have control over? Are what we put into our body and what we put into our mind.
I love that. Okay, so we have relationships, career, physical activity, spirituality.
Yeah.
So can we dig in deeper for each one?
Yeah, let's go for it.
Okay, so first, I want to get back to you on, and you and I were talking about in our community to make sure you're asking any questions here about sugar or any connection with rebalance for you. So when we were talking about sugar, you took a step back and just said, it's really not about the food that we're eating.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden I felt like I was off the hook, like that I need to tear my whole diet apart, which I used to do when I first got out of health coaching school. I just give a big plan, like, oh, here you go, eat that,
Yeah.
bye-bye, we'll
Yeah.
see you next week.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is that you could have any deal that you, of any kind of food that you're struggling with. But why don't we put this aside just for a moment? Let's
Yep.
talk about the 4 areas: relationship, career, our relationship, spirituality. And so if I can really take a step back and not have to focus on something about having a bad relationship with food, because most of us don't know how to start off. How do we get to have this good relationship? Because relationship is calories and carbs, and it's not really this scrumptious divine thing that keeps us alive. So if I can take a step back and look at that, when you brought up relationships in this grid here, I felt like a relief of not putting myself through the situation of the pain that can be around all the diets we've seen throughout our life, and that we're doing something a certain way because that's going to make us healthier, or that's going to, like that look on food is just so intense that I get to now go to myself and say, maybe I have some relationships that are triggering me. And if that's happening, then the new transition, I see April Wall just said something, so I'll make sure that I talk to you in a moment, April. But if I can really actually work in this other area of looking at my relationships, then that could change. That could be like the first change of where I get to go back and re-inventory my whole life. But the first thing is about food.
Yeah. Well, what comes up for me immediately, Rhonda, is food is not bad, right? The relationship we have with food, or the view we have of food being bad, can be distorted, right? So it's kind of like, is food bad? No, food's not bad. It's our perception that we create that food is bad. And relationships with ourselves. When I talk about primary food, and if something, we have these cravings, or we binge eat, I know, again, talking about sugar, I would dive in and I would really, get into this on the sugar train.
Yeah.
And I had to, and for me, it was awareness, like, oh shit, I'm going down that path again. What is going on in my life? And stop and take a quick inventory. Okay, where am I feeling unfulfilled? What area of my life? And I often will pick up this circle of life and do a self-assessment. Okay, what's going on with me right now? And when COVID hit, my anxiety level started to rise. My business increased, which was great, but also my anxiety. And
Yeah.
I found myself reaching for the Newman's cookies, thinking they were going to be healthier, right? How easy we can fool ourselves.
Me too. I've done that before.
So it was like, okay, whoa, what's going on? I was falling into an old pattern. So the stress was, I was falling into an old pattern of reaching for the sugar when I was stressed out.
Yeah.
Instead of leaning into my spirituality, meaning my meditation, my journaling, my getting out into nature, those things that help feed me in such a better way. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So the relationships, it's like, look at our relationship with our food. Is it fuel us? Is that the relationship? Is it an escape? Is it does it fill a void? What does it represent?
April Wall is asking how she can connect with the stuff that you're talking about. So do you want to just give a quick little space, since April's here? She was wanting to know about your handout.
Oh, yes. If you go to Dirk Schultz, if you contact me at dirk@dirkschultz.com and put Circle of Life in the title, I will send you off this assessment.
Excellent.
And then if you have further questions around it, we can set up a time to do like a little strategy session just to get more clarity around all this.
April, it's nice to have you here, my friend.
Thanks, April.
I don't see who they all are, but I see people that are hanging with us. Another thing about relationships, which I find tricky, and we can move on unless you want to add some more here, is I know that you have an other, my other, we'll have partner relationships, like, so we'll have people that we're friends with, and let's say the relationship isn't working anymore. You know, we're going through changes. There's things that are happening. Yeah. And what I find, because being a partner in life is like, there's some things that happen sometimes where you're in this transformation going, man, I don't feel like being with this this couple anymore because it doesn't feel me. I used to think it did, but it doesn't feel like it's serving the purpose. And so what I've been learning about how, because this is my background too. I went to Institute for Integrative Nutrition. So what I started learning is how to use my vocals.
Yes.
About what's important, what I'm going through. And sometimes it can feel as if we're judging somebody because something in the relationship doesn't work. But I know that I have some loving relationships, and it's us that just keep growing and growing, or people that are just a big love bug and they're easy to hang out with. But I do find that with the food and that relationship part, that can be very challenging because there's consistent stuff going back and forth in that. And I will tend to go into that sugar area because I'm a sugar fiend also.
Yeah. Yeah. One thing, Rhonda, that I've realized, and it took me a while to come to terms with it, not every relationship that we are in are supposed to be lifelong relationships. And if that was hard for me to wrap my head around, like there's some people who come into our lives just for a season, right? Or then there's those people who are there for a lifetime. And I also learned that as we, as individuals, expand, if we choose to evolve our lives, not everybody's going to evolve with us, right? And we serve purposes in each other's lives for a short period of time. But with that said, you know, as we evolve, we show up differently, and some people may fall away. That's not bad. That's just gives space for a better fitting person or experience to take their place. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So as we're dealing with this and evolving, then and I like that you said it can be seasonal. Like you just realize I'm on my next season. So would you think that we connected right now, at least for relationships, so we go into?
Yeah, I think for relationships, it's really important. The first one is to connect with a relationship with ourselves. And we've talked about it, how we talk to ourselves. I was the biggest critic. If you heard how I was talking to myself, I would never talk to anybody else the way I was talking to myself. Yeah. I was conditioned like that from growing up. And I think you mentioned it early on in the opening. If I had an idea, I would look to everybody else to see if it was the right idea. Now, what would you do? What would you do? And if someone looked at me wrong, I'd be like, oh shit, that's not the right way to go. Yeah. You know what I mean? I would discount myself so quickly. So I had to really work on my relationship with myself before, and we've heard this before I could be in a better relationship with anybody else. So it's really, you know, start here. It's an inside job. Start here. And again, the relationship with food is when we have a really good relationship with ourselves or we're working on that, that's our intention. Typically it goes into play more with the secondary food. What are we putting on our plate? Because when we're feeling good about ourselves, we typically want to feel good longer. And that is feeding ourselves better.
Yeah, I do find myself going down a route sometimes when like something major happens. It says, how fast can you turn it around? I'm like, well, let me go have a big plate of something. And then I'll talk to myself about how fast I can flip this, you know, thing that happened around. So if I'm not balanced, I can easily go back to that. I used to have, and I think that's part of my thyroid journey, is that I wasn't really eating real food. So you talked about having a bar. Well, that could be a breakfast, or, but I always had every meal. But it could be like a bar or a bar and soda, and I was working out all the time, so it wasn't like it really. I was younger, so it didn't really show too much on the exterior, but it sure showed on my stinky attitude.
Totally.
You know, and dealing with things. Sometimes in our life, we're dealing with things that are real deep. Well, I didn't show up the way that I would have liked to, and a lot of it was the relationship with myself, which is in your left corner, but also the feeling that that I really wasn't worthy. So I wanted to put junk in my body because I just wanted to be satiated. That I didn't want to talk about any more than just the fact that I wanted to beat myself up for at least an hour. Oh yeah, and I just with the food I'd be saying those things, and then after that came, that was even deeper low than when I originally first felt a pain of something not working or whatever that was.
Yeah, when we feed ourselves, and I'm guilty of this too. I talk about anxiety because I lived my life in a low hum of anxiety until events really fired that up or flared that up.
Yeah.
And I found that I was eating differently around those, I'll call them flare-ups. But I also noticed that I was trying my relationship with food, like I was eating high sugar foods, and then I was feeling guilty, judgmental. I was trying to match my workout to kind of as if it was gonna erase that, right?
Who is guilty of that? Who's guilty of that? You can't.
So the workouts were good to be able to eat the foods that I wanted. It was a weird little cycle I was in.
Yeah.
Right. It's not that they went hand in hand. So yeah.
Oh, I love this discussion because we can teach this stuff and we know how to live it. We need to know how to add the tools. But please, everybody, we're gonna talk about like total our situations where we're all into this stuff of like, to the lowest of low. People need to know that there's no such thing as perfection. So with this discussion, it brings so much light in on that if you have the tools, then you get to use them. The more you practice, the more you get away from, where you don't want to be here, you become more here, but nothing perfect because, there's that rebalance, which is really good. What about spirituality, Dirk? What did you have to learn about yourself to really get that balance? Because you're working out, you're dealing with anxiety.
My career was good. Yeah, my career was good. My relationships were, I was working on the relationship with myself. Spirituality, Rhonda, was non-existent because I grew up in a Baptist household. And I just say that just because that's what I was born into.
Yeah.
And I liked the idea of that community, going back to community.
Oh.
But at the time, I didn't have a spiritual practice. I thought spirituality equaled religion, right?
Yeah.
And I didn't have it because I didn't feel welcomed in the church because I was a gay man, right? And I struggled with my relationship with myself and coming to terms with being gay. And that drove a lot of this. But I thought spirituality had to be equal religion, and it wasn't true. So when I did my inventory and I looked at it, like my spirituality is being out in nature. That feeds my soul. My spirituality is my meditation. My spirituality is my journaling. And my spirituality became my physical activity. I could bring my workouts became my meditation. I could bring my intention into my workouts. I could bring all of that and honor my body to be able to move and be grateful that I had the ability to move when other people didn't. So if I'm making any sense, my spirituality evolved. And I really got honest and said, okay, what feeds me? Being out in nature, and I'm looking out the window because I'm looking at the pine trees up on the mountain here. What feeds me? It's being out in nature. It's being physically active. It's learning to be quiet my monkey mind. It's my meditation. It could be a moving meditation. So my spirituality had to evolve, and I had to give myself permission, Rhonda, to create and let it evolve and really create what worked for me.
Yeah.
Like we're talking about choices, right? And choose what activities, and define what spirituality meant to me. For some people, it is religion, and that's awesome.
Yeah.
Some people, it's their yoga practice. Whatever it is, tap into it, and especially during these times of uncertainty, lean into it even more.
You know, when I was looking at my back and like from head to toe, I was all tight, and so I finally went to masseuse 2 times this last week. And what I was noticing is that one of the big reasons that this was happening is that I usually do 45 minutes to an hour of my meditation by myself, and then my husband and I, we do about 10 to 12 minutes. I stopped doing the one by myself. So I was dealing with the increase, just like you, the increase of business, and didn't have the time to reset everything, make sure everything was flowing right. Instead, my assistant was putting people on the calendar, and we're just moving along, and I did not have any breaks. And that was where my relationship with myself, I wasn't slowing down. I was thinking, oh my gosh, I'm taking care of people. Oh, this feels so good. But I didn't go and step back into, because when I'd be done for a coaching session, I'd be feeling pretty good, because I was able to really dig in deep with somebody. The next call came, I was like wide awake and ready to go again. So of course we know that's adrenaline. And so then my body I wasn't able to acknowledge, what was going on. So that spirituality, I'm seeing how this grid is working, is that when I dropped off, the hour of like calmness in my life, my body was just doing this thing. And it was almost as if it wasn't a choice. It totally was, but I was ignoring it. I was like, oh, yeah, I'll get to that. Yeah, I'll get to that.
I'm smiling because I did the same thing. Like, I thought it was a badge of honor that I was seeing 8, 10, or 8, 9 people a day.
Yeah.
And then teaching my classes, like, look what I'm doing, right?
Yeah, I'm helping.
I'm helping. I'm saving, fixing, rescue, which none of us need that, right? But I am a people pleaser, and I was slipping into my old patterns of doing that. And it does. You do have to take a step back and say, okay, where all of a sudden I'm neglecting myself. And you can only take from the well for so long before you have to replenish it, right? And as we've talked about earlier, you're able to be a better in service of others better when you give to yourself first.
Yeah.
Right. And for spirituality, meditation was not my thing. So first people like, do you meditate? I'm like, yeah, I do. I don't sit out in the woods naked for 5 days saying Om over and over again.
Yeah.
But my meditation is about even breathing, stopping and breathing. Because I found, Rhonda, that I wasn't breathing. I was holding my breath a lot. And I think that was my fight or flight thing from conditioning from younger, when I was younger. That I had to stop and just focus on my breathing. People say I don't have time to meditate. Do some focused breathing. Take a second or 2 minutes and focus on your breathing. Some nice long inhales, maybe 4 seconds in. Hold it in for 4 seconds. 4 seconds out. Hold it out for 4 seconds. Little box breathing, or just focus on a nice long inhale and a longer exhale. I'll tell you what, that 2 minutes, even if it's a minute, can help reset, take you from that stressed out state, that fight or flight, into more of a rest and digest state. So if you're just starting out and you don't want to stop and sit, because my monkey mind would go and meditate, do some focused breathing. Even when you're out on a walk, or you're standing in line, or you're on a phone call, just slow it down, focus on your breathing. That can be part of your spiritual practice. You
Yeah,
slow things down, you get more clarity, more oxygen into the body, does the body good.
I love that. So we have 1 more minute left. Do you want to go on the grid more? Do you want to do some breathing exercise before Susan comes in? Susan comes in for our symposium.
If there's any questions out there, or what questions are coming up for you, Rhonda, around this? And what have you been finding as a health coach?
Mm-hmm. And make sure Dirk asks the question about things that you're finding, and I'm definitely going to answer that too, of course. And Susan, when you're coming in, you may have some things you want to add also.
I will say this, and if I'm going to, just real quick, what came up when you said Susan was one thing that she may cover is structure gives us freedom around a lot of these. Even, like I said, looking at this grid, you might feel overwhelmed, but it's about picking one area. Okay, what's the area that I want to focus on? Maybe it's creativity this week or this next couple of weeks, and focus on being more creative. How can I take that from like a level 5 to a level 6?
Right.
And when I say structure gives us freedom, it's like people say, I don't have time to work out. Well, go to your calendar and schedule your workouts, even your meditation. I had to do that for a while until it became more of a part of my daily routine.
Yeah.
Go to your schedule. Schedule time for yourself, even if it's that 2-minute breathing pattern. Doing that 2-minute breathing, focus on that.
I love that. Susan Tolson, come on in, my friend. Yeah, I'm finding that this is a great reminder about the grid, because you just see how things are balancing all over the place. Tracy Root said, structure gives us freedom. Yes, yes.
Yay!
I know Susan Tolson's eyes.
I'm all over that.
Lit up. Susan's like, yes, freedom.
Dirk, I really appreciated what you said in several areas. Just this discussion today with everybody makes you feel like you're not so alone, because everybody's saying, like Tracy was saying, how beating up on yourself is not, we do it all the time, and it's a very real thing. And so I don't feel so alone when you bring up that point. And Dirk, you mentioned that as well, that you used to do that. So I appreciate that we're having this conversation. The other thing I related to very much was sugar. And I'm like on the sugar train.
Susan, you've been trying to figure out how to get off it, huh? This is overall feeling.
But it's very much an addiction.
Yeah.
I've come to just, everybody's been saying that for a while, but I've come to, I guess, apply that to myself in a real way. So, it's something that I've kind of, oh yeah, it's an addiction, but it really is. It's, once you start, it's really hard to stop. So I appreciate that. And of course, the structure in your life is freedom. And, what you think is important to yourself, it's really important to know the things to take care of yourself and the things that are important to you, because those translate into priorities and goals. So it's important to make time for those things.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah.
And real quick, to talk about the sugar and addiction. Studies show that sugar is 8 times more addictive than cocaine.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It fires the brain up the same way. So no wonder we're addicted to it.
Yeah, no wonder.
Right? Right.
No wonder that's happening.
And there is a withdrawal from that. And you mentioned, Rhonda, about doing a detox. I'm gearing up to do my own detox because I'm just feeling a little heavy, feeling like I'm falling into some old patterns, especially during COVID. So I'm like, okay, I'm not sleeping as well. What do I need to do? And I usually start with, I like to do like a 14-day exactly, a detox. So Tracy just held up her water bottle. So people ask me, how do I start my day? Literally, I down a big thing of water to jumpstart my day. It gets the body moving.
Yep.
One of the other things, and Jane, I wish she was on here because her and I talk about this. talk about structure gives you freedom. This is called the 5-minute journal. Tracy, you going for yours? Oh, but it's you can start the day with literally just 5 minutes of what I'm grateful for, what would make this day great, and what's my daily affirmation, right? And then you end the day on 3 amazing things that happened today, and how could I have made today even better? Just that for me, because again, I need some structure. It helps me.
Yeah.
So.
I love that.
Yeah. And I love what you're talking about, Susan, because I think we were touching on threaded throughout this is like feeling normal. We can be so hard on ourselves and thinking, oh, so-and-so is doing it so good. How come I'm not? It's so easy to fall in that. And then when you realize that if you have the tools, then you start realizing, you know, why is sugar showing up? And I know for me, I love a high. Like I've never in my life done drugs. I did start drinking when I was 21. So I never experienced, you know, any of that thing. But Dirk, when you say that, you know, there's something about how sugar is so much more addicting than cocaine, I'm so glad I never tried that, because I understand that, especially coming from a family that has had issues with stuff like that. I basically realized that you can live a high on life, but to get there is some work. It's easy to pick up sugar, but the work really comes that can be really fun once you get into it. Not the beginning. Sometimes it feels not so scrumptiously fun. But if you get connected, like how this would be so wonderful to be able to sleep more, to be, you know, and have better rest, especially women 40s and older, you know, moving into it. This is when our hormones can be fluctuating up and down. So Dirk, we didn't talk about this, but you're right on board with this too, is that when you're doing that stuff, you're not getting enough of vegetables, of fiber in your body. And so you're going to have bigger hot flashes, which is really your liver going, yeah, I'm overloaded. I can't handle this anymore. And we call it hot flashes, but when we're going through menopause or just hot flashes at any age, because it could happen in your 20s. That was happening, that's before I got on thyroid medicine, that I truly thought that, wow, my body's dysfunctioning. I had no idea that I could actually control menopause time. And I could, and then also that at any age, we could have those hot flashes, and it's literally everything cycling in your body and not releasing, because that sugar just comes into triglycerides, starts hurting the heart. That's when our midsection, we have a harder time keeping lean in that area, and our adrenals, we get adrenal shot.
You were talking, when you said that, reminded me of is our bodies are amazing thing, amazing piece of machinery, if you will. A computer. We can use food as medicine. When we eat a variety, I call it, you know, when you go to the grocery store, you look at all the vegetables. There's a rainbow of color. Eat from the rainbow. Eat a large variety. Eat an anti-inflammatory type diet. That's going to help with the hormones. That's going to help with our moods. That's going to help our microbiome and our gut health, which really helps the body to operate and the mind to operate at a higher level.
I love that. Okay, so we have a question here about, can you go in to more of the journal? Could you go back to that journal? And
the 5-minute journal?
Because Susan was thinking that was pretty awesome stuff. So
yeah. The 5-minute journal is just that. It's when you first wake up in the morning, because the theory is before, like, I think, Susan, you mentioned, don't jump into social media. Jump into this, some self-care, right? The 5-minute journal is, the idea is when we wake up in the morning, we have the most clarity. So when we write down and we take care of ourselves first, when we set our intention for the day, it has a way to kind of set up the day. And and the energy of the day. So this 5-minute journal, it's just that. You just pick it up, you answer the questions. And here's the thing about journaling or even answering these questions. It's tapping into the feeling behind what you're writing down. It's not just writing down the same answers from day to day. It's really giving it some thought, taking some time. This is a way to slow down. This is almost like a meditative activity. What am I grateful for? There's 3 things. What would make today great? Set the intention. And a daily affirmation of I am blank, fill in the blank. And what I love about this journal as well is 3 amazing things that happened today. Before you go to bed, put it by your bedside on your nightstand, and we can reflect on what was amazing today. Because a lot of shit happens throughout the day, right? And we can dwell on that. But if we go and kind of wrap up our day in a place of gratitude and write out like, what was some amazing things, it kind of resets our brain so we can enter a more restful recovery sleep. And what would have made today even better? It empowers us to say, what would I have done better? What could have made today better? Instead of being a victim, be the creator of what could have made today better and set the intention for the following day.
So we can revisit that victim state too then, and we can see where it shows up when we're doing the quiet time of journaling.
This structure has worked for me. The simple breathing techniques have worked for me. So
Where did you get that?
Wall, great question.
I got that on Amazon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the 5-minute journal. Yeah. Check it
Oh,
out.
everybody go out there and get it. Hey, Tracy, did you want to unmute? As a health coach, you're probably gnawing at the bit.
I'm probably what?
Please.
Oh, not at the bit. No, because what I think is cool is, we come to health coaching from different directions, but ultimately the philosophies and the ideas are all really the same.
Yeah.
So it's been actually really fun to listen to Dirk talk about all these things that I'm just like, yep. And I kind of feel like he was doing the same thing for me. So we're like right here.
Yep.
I
was doing that too.
Well, I know. Yeah, and you too, Rhonda.
Thank you.
But it really, you guys talk about Dirk, you were talking about the primary food and what we talk about in my world of health coaching is talking about healthy body, healthy mind, healthy finances. And so, and body and mind being encompassing relationships and stress management, and it's all about habit replacement and things like that. So ultimately the things that we consume, whether it's food or water or thoughts or information or opinions from others or whatever, are all the things that define our health. And so I've really enjoyed listening to all the things that you had to share. I don't have that 5-minute, 5-minute journal, whatever. But I am a firm believer in journaling. I actually just started with this beautiful Silk and Sonder journal, which is a monthly thing. It's a little girly, but it's a planner and a journal, but they also have like habit trackers and all kinds of really nice stuff. So it's almost like if you want a bullet journal, but you can't make yourself do it yourself, they like give you the basics. So it's really pretty. But I also haven't kept a journal like that in many years. So I'm still learning again. But
I love that quiet.
And I have a different journal, which I showed Rhonda the other day, that is something that I use to just write a page or two every night before I go to bed. And sometimes it's about what I'm going to do the next day. And sometimes it's about how the day was. And sometimes it's just like, yeah, I'm tired, I'm going to bed.
Yeah.
Well, to speak to that, Tracy, when I first started journaling, I was like so judgmental about how I was journaling. I'm like, because my grammar and the way I'm not a great speller at all. I'm not. But so I would judge it, right? And now what I encourage people to do, just free form, just free write.
Yeah.
Whatever's on, take it out of your head, put it on paper, clear your head.
Yep.
Right? We are our own best coaches. So sometimes when we write stuff, the stuff that comes out, we're like, wow, that's brilliant.
Yeah.
Right. And so anyway.
Well, I
And-
find it,
You're,
oh yeah,
and
this is exciting conversation.
Well, yeah, and in preparing for sleep, we
Mhm.
really like you start tomorrow while you're preparing for sleep tonight, right? So to not only get the things out on paper, but to have it be gratitude based or forward looking or growth based or whatever it is, you know, the thoughts that you put on that paper, it's out of your head, but it's still in your head because you just wrote it.
Yeah.
And that's what you go to sleep with. And that's what you take with you through your restoration overnight. And then when you wake up in the morning, you know, if you've taken these positive, nourishing thoughts with you overnight, you're going to feel great in the morning. If you don't write it down, or if all you do is complain with your pen furiously, you're going to take that with you to bed. You're not going to sleep well. You're not going to feel restored in the morning, and it'll carry over into the next day. So
Yeah, and I find that the biggest jumps I've done in relationships was around the journaling. So before I met Jeff, I was choosing people because there were certain things I want out of it, and it wasn't positive stuff. It was just my healing and learning why I was choosing those relationships. And so I decided to go on this journey, and it was, you know, in this journaling, which could just be writing. I did bullet points at that time because I was only so surface. I was pretty much surface deep at that point. I started to get deeper emotional. I tell you, it took a while, but those kind of things help you get such clarity on how you may be hurting yourself or why you may be doing things. And hurting means anything from saying bad things about ourselves to not believing in ourselves, to keeping those people in our life that truly are just, you know, with their thumb, just saying, you're not worthy. This is not something that you are going to be able to handle if you go out there and you do something that's in your passion, or it could be all the stuff you carry as a child, that this person is supporting that instead of allowing the flow to happen. So when I brought Jeff into my life, it was somebody that I would have said, man, that guy's boring. Like he's like going to work. He's like so nice, and he's not a big challenge. Boy, that's boring. And then when I did the journaling and I looked at the last 4 things that I wrote in my journal, and I knew this guy for a week, I was like crying, going, "Oh, crud! Now I know that I've met somebody that's important. Now I have to grow up." But you know, I like to joke like that. But I mean, that's how I get to play as a kid. It's like it opens you up to be able to play. So I'm enjoying. I think we're gonna transition into Susan Tollefson's time. Dirk, anything else, my friend? I know you're gonna be hanging, but I really enjoy it.
I'm gonna be hanging. Thank you so much. I just love this conversation. I've been where you have been in relationships. I chose the toxic, unavailable people.
Yeah, I mean,
But when I journaled, I'd asked for this, and when this showed up, I was like, that doesn't seem normal.
Yeah.
Chaotic and unavailable seems normal.
Yeah, I don't deserve that.
So I had to
Yeah.
I had to ease into it instead of, and I found myself trying to sabotage it too.
Oh yeah.
Right. Anyway,
So
so
let's see what kind of games we can play.
water, everyone.
Water.
Treat yourself well.
Yeah, I've been
Treat your
drinking
mind,
water
your body.
today myself. I decided I couldn't bring like a big old
Wow.
thing, because you may know this. This is a CPA office. This is what it looks like. You know, when you're in accounting, this is perfect space. When you are in this space of inspiring, well, this is where I max up good internet. All right, everybody, let's get in with Susan Tollefson. We've had some great conversations. We are probably at going towards 160 or something comments of people interacting, making sure that I'm connecting with the community also. So you experts out there, Susan, Tracy, Jane, Dirk, make sure you're coming in and looking at all the people that are connecting. We had about 6 new people come into the group, and I was just able to allow them to come in. So they have been watching, maybe not able to comment, which I found that's how Facebook works. So I'm sorry about that, but make sure you add to the comments if you're still hanging around. I did catch you about half an hour ago. All right, so Susan Tollefson is like my perfect partner in crime when it comes to me being all juicy and gushy and wanting to be in this, you know, special spot of being nurtured and nurturing people. And then Susan is this love bug when it comes to being so gentle, when it comes to being able to understand why productivity can set you free, why it is a place that may feel uncomfortable because you may be fully into your passion and you may not know that that's what's hindering you. The productivity is what's hindering you from being able to share to more people. And I'm very excited to know that Susan's here like a lunch and learn kind of a style so that you get opportunity to really hunker in there. Make sure you got your water, that you got your protein and some really good food around you, as Dirk just exited out with his conversation. I didn't know that you could teach productivity and have a heart sense like this. When I was in accounting, I was more of a person that was like very much concerned about, you know, do this, do that, we'll get this result. But when you get the chance to really start playing with these things that you're going to learn from Susan, you're going to recognize that we're pretty darn lucky to have her here today, because I haven't had somebody come in for this long to be able to have that heartfelt sense of what's important and then also be able to share in business-wise. So I promise you I'll get some more people like that, because this is all wrapped around inspiration. Welcome in, Susan Tollefson.
Thank you.
Woo-hoo! Oh, I forgot to say your background is in corporate, and
Yes.
we're always talking about the bottom line, and a lot of that was when you're in corporate. I mean, that's how the structure is, but we're finding entrepreneurs are not in that structure for themselves to really talk about bottom line. So we're getting there today, Mama. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, so that's a really good point that you made. A lot of us do come from a corporate background, and we can appreciate, you know, that environment is all about the bottom line. And I've spent a lot of time in corporate. The focus and a big part of my job was always on making things more efficient and cutting costs and things like that. So they're very much in corporate world concerned with the bottom line. And as you mentioned, I get to work with a lot of solopreneurs, and their focus is not really, the bottom line does not come first for them. So for them, they're more concerned about making a living, doing something they love, and helping people, as many people as they can. So their priorities are their passion, serving people, and then money in a lot of cases. So there is a direct connection between productivity and profitability. They go hand in hand. And so the understanding is that when you spend your time on things that are you know, value-based, things like serving people, things like strategic planning for your business, and you know, where your company is going, it's important to focus on that as well. So you can get hung up on, you know, especially when you're first starting your business, you can get hung up on you know, doing everything yourself, which is totally normal if you're starting a business. But you know, once you start to grow and you get busier and busier, it can be really challenging to disengage from doing everything yourself and start to give people stuff that you're not so good at. So, you know, most of us are not bookkeepers or graphic designers or writers or any of those things that you can outsource to other people.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, it's important to remember, you know, that you do have a business and that your money does matter. How you spend your time matters.
Yeah. Can I ask you something as we're going along, Susan?
Yes.
So what you were saying is that when you are first starting out, it may be normal and logical for you to start out and do everything yourself. Because I know that that's how I would say 100% of entrepreneurs probably want to go. What would it look like if somebody tiptoed into something though? Like, let's say they're just literally starting their business and they're learning how to bring income in and stuff like that. But what if they paid somebody just a couple hours out of the month to do just some basic things? How, couldn't that change things for them? I mean,
Yeah.
couldn't they really actually get a benefit from this so that they're growing faster instead of believing it's all on their shoulders?
Yes, absolutely. One thing I want to shine a spotlight on is the financial piece of your business. I actually think that that's one of the first things that you want help with, is to get your money in order, to understand your numbers, to understand, you know, what income is coming in, what your expenses are, what your overhead is, you know, what the numbers mean. I think that's one of the first things to get very clear on, because if you have that base of knowledge in place, it's going to, you definitely need it for growth. But the sooner you have that information, the better off you are in terms of, you know, being sustainable, you know, and being able to meet your goals and things like that. So the money piece is hugely important. And when I talk about leaving money on the table, that's a big area of opportunity where you can leak money. As someone else mentioned, I think it was Dirk mentioned, leaking energy or something like that. So I talk about leaking money.
Yeah, we're all intertwining here. I like that you talked about that the first thing is finance. So somebody may not be bringing a lot of money in, but if they had somebody like you that was able to help somebody focus on their income. So they may not have a lot of ins and outs going on and stuff like that. But let's just say they hired you for a couple hours out of the month, and it was just about, you know, like putting some numbers together that may help motivate them. Because isn't it true that if you just focus on something, it will grow? You have to really connect with what your steps are so you don't get lost in your day process saying, I don't have time to, you know, make those calls or connect. I think all of a sudden that just starts switching is what I would see.
Yeah. Well, as far as money goes, I think it's very important to be clear on what your offerings are and how many of whatever you're offering you have to sell to, you know, number one, meet your expenses. And then over and above that as well. It's also really important to be able to, a lot of us are service businesses. So we have to find a way to accurately track our time if we're doing billable hours. I suggest that a lot of, if you have a service that you can package, it's much better than trying to track, you know, hours. A lot of us, you know, tend to do that in your head. And so you have a hard time keeping track of that, trying to remember what you did and so forth until the end of the day. Or you know, even a month goes by when you're invoicing people and you have no, you know, record. You know, you just kind of go by memory, and so that does happen a lot because they're, you know, you're not so much focused on that. So some people are more focused on the serving side of things than the collecting money side of things.
So you have a couple people here saying hi to Susan. You want to know that Maureen Xavier is here. In return said, yay, Susan.
So nice to have support from people I know.
And I love the information where we're going with this too. So what I'm understanding is really looking at your your money discussion. What can you package up? Also, if you have that package, then maybe you're not even looking at per hour, huh? Because then you can start packaging
Exactly.
stuff and results. Or if you are in a business that's a per hour, either way, there's both reasons why to track what you're doing.
Yes, absolutely. The whole issue of tracking time goes away when you have packages to sell. I had a client that had been in business, over 10 years, just doing, a billable service. She spent a lot of time making individual invoices and tracking, things individually. And, we had her package her services, and she, saved, like 5 hours a week right off the top, just doing that simple thing. So making decisions like that and being aware of choices is where I could come in to a business and, have that conversation about, how you're delivering your service and how you're keeping track of time, and those types of things are, really valuable to know up front, again, because solopreneurs, they might not have so much business experience, but they're great at what they do, and they love people. So they kind of learn these things as they go along with, the most effective use of your time and how much to charge and things like that.
So then I can see if you do that, then you get to be more in your passion, because the money is the gift. So you're able to take a step back, and instead of saying, oh, I want to heal this person, or I want to make sure that I get to people, so I talk to them about food, they actually get to even manifest more of what this package can do. And do you find that when people are doing that it helps them love on their packages that they have?
Absolutely.
That's a big one.
Yeah, I mean, they want to focus on doing the thing that they love, right? And the serving of people. That's their main thing. So, a lot of them don't have a good sense of their numbers, like I said before.
Yeah.
Which is so important to be able to, grow and use your resources wisely. And all of them making business decisions, you have to know what your money looks like.
So Debbie Turn said, it's so important to have awareness on what the actual numbers are. It can be easy to forget some expenses, and those can quickly eat at your profit. Also, Susan is awesome at supporting and setting goals and tracking progress. Wow, Debbie, that's a good connection there. She knows you.
She does. I talked earlier about sales goals. So that's kind of the, when I do teach goal setting. And one of the first places I start is to look at sales goals, because that's always where the rest of your goals in your business, it drives the rest of the activities that you're doing. So you have to be, clear on what you're offering and how much of, what your goals are around that, in order to determine the rest of the money that you need to put in other places. So that's always the first place to start. And Debbie also mentioned tracking. That's another thing that's super important when you're talking about goals, is that you have to know where you want to go, how you're going to get there, and measure along the way. So you want things that the goals to be very specific and measurable. And that's another reason why sales goals are a good place to start, because they're very, very measurable. And so super important to track your progress on things, so you can make adjustments along the way. You know what's working and what's not working.
Oh, I like that. I've gotten myself into situations when I first started out investing in things, but not really understanding what the benefit I was getting off of that. And so I can see how taking a step back and looking at, like, what's the profit of such and such thing that can be powerful. So it helps you with your yeses also.
Yes, absolutely. So another thing I wanted to mention was I talked earlier about, spending time, being aware of where you're spending your time, having to do with your money, but also having to do with your goals and your priorities, and, know where the opportunities for money are coming from. So, I mentioned strategic planning earlier. So that is, I think, something that we definitely as business owners need to make more time for. And Dirk had mentioned the calendar earlier, and that structure gives you freedom and all of that. So a big piece of what I teach is how to manage your calendar, and what should go on there. And strategic planning is definitely one of those things that you want to make time for. It really just drives, a lot of your activities, and, gives you time to, think about, what it is that you want to accomplish, where you want your business to look like in the future, and, go more, in a, I guess, planned kind of way, rather than, fly by the seat of your pants kind of way.
Yeah.
Which entrepreneurs tend to do.
Yeah, this comes up because Maureen, Xavier was saying, how do you support people who know it's a good idea to tracking, but they don't do it consistently? And
Tracking your activities, or?
Mm-hmm. Yep. She basically, I think so, because she's talking about tracking. So she said, how do you support people who know it's a good idea? But I think that's your expertise, because we were talking to Dirk, we were talking about food and how you can have the sugar thing. So I'm thinking in how to adjust to help somebody that has that issue. So if somebody's saying like, yeah, I know I'm supposed to be doing that, I feel like there's something else blocking.
Yeah, right? I hear that a lot. I know I'm supposed to be doing that. Well, this is where accountability comes in. And, in working with my clients, accountability is a huge piece of what I help with. So as far as putting systems in place, tracking is one of those systems. So we have, an agreement that we are going to have, specific goals that we meet every week. And so I think sales and tracking would come under that category to, be accountable to do that action. I think Dirk was also mentioning that building habits was something that he had to do when he was doing his meditation and journaling and things like that. So a lot of these activities are habits. Like following your calendar is a good habit, but not everyone can do that right away. So speaking of accountability, that's another area where I work with people a lot, is structuring their calendar, to drive their day and getting their goals and priorities on there, and taking their breaks. I think, Rhonda, you mentioned that breaks were super important for you. So, structuring your calendar to meet your own goals is one of the number one tools that there is to, so, you stay on track.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maureen wanted to add in that she has worked with you and she's gotten great benefits. She says that you've helped her hugely in making peace with the use of my calendar more effectively. Because I bet, thank you, Maureen, for being able to add that. That's wonderful, because that's a big highlight that we need to do, huh, Susan? Because some people are afraid of their calendar or calendaring things in, and it depends on your background, but there's quite a few people who have issues with the calendar.
Well, it's a simple enough concept of, anyone can plan, their day. It's the following of the planning. that is the issue, you know. When I talked earlier about not jumping straight into social media and your email right when you get up, making time for things like that will make your day go smoother. So I also recommend that people, social media and email tends to be one of those things that people do on the fly, because it's the phone. Everyone's got a phone, and what tends to happen is that you kind of take care of things in a hit and miss kind of a way. And meanwhile, your inbox and your email is piling up. So also social media can be a big distraction during the day. So I recommend people schedule those types of things in their calendar so that they actually, can sit down and have the time and the focus to, pay attention to their email and do something with intention around their social media, to have some strategy around that, so they're not just having no focus around it. So again, this black hole that I was talking about earlier, that you can slip down pretty easily without realizing it. Then an hour can go by and it does, feels like 5 minutes. So that's another good reason why to have a lot of times on your calendar to do that stuff.
Well, I was in your class last week on Thursday, and this discussion was great because it was, you were starting to talk about, how you can have a task list and it can just get so and so long, but the reality, and you already brought up doing 3 things a day, and that doesn't seem right for some people, but once they start feeling that they have this control over what their list is. So you really did talk about having that list actually be transformed and put on your calendar, looking at, it gives you another angle to be looking at what your list really is saying, doesn't it?
Yes. So that there's two schools of thought on that.
Mm-hmm.
You have those people that don't have a to-do list or written to-do list. They have everything scheduled on their calendar, which is effective if you have the discipline to follow your calendar. The other thing is people have these long to-do lists that just keep getting longer and longer, and you start seeing the same things over and over on the list. So I've actually recommended that people have a do not forget list as well as a to-do list. So this is what I do. I schedule things on my calendar to a certain point. Then I do make notes, and I do have things written down. So the things that you tend to do or look at over and over are the things that you just don't want to forget about. And you want to do them, but they're not so important or urgent. So they just end up staying there forever. So I've cut my to-do list in half, like in 5 minutes, because I just transferred everything I didn't want to forget about on a do not forget list.
Yeah.
And I look at it every once in a while, and it just makes me feel good that I know I'm not going to forget. And so the important things, and the important things rise to the top at that point. Then you have a much shorter list, and the whole 3 things a day strategy works very well in that case.
Maureen said, I love this. Structure your calendar to meet your goals. She said, that's quotable right there.
Somebody write that down for me.
It's on video. It got captured. Look at that.
Yay.
Carolyn CJ Jones says, I can't make it through the day without my calendar. It's my brain. So Susan, that's true. Carolyn's talking about from brain activity. Sometimes we work with people who have ADHD, people that are dealing with just memory and trying to stay organized. So if you're in your passion and you're not utilizing that tool, that could be where you just don't keep moving forward then.
Yeah, time flies at that point when you're in that creative space. So, you kind of have no sense of time.
Yeah.
So, again, I think having the calendar is, like I said, I think it's the number one tool to keep you on track and to be intentional with your time, to have your goals figured out and your priorities in your life. So I don't recommend that people have 2 separate calendars for personal and business.
Oh, yeah. Great.
Really makes a lot of sense if you put together everything on one place. That way you know what's going on. You're not going to double book yourself. And the priorities in your life don't necessarily have to do with your business all the time. So they could be things like exercise, or, spend time with my family. Things like that are priorities to people that they often don't make it on the calendar. But when you ask them what their priorities are, that's always like 1 and 2 is spending time with my family and doing some personal care. So exercise is one of those things, but they kind of don't make it to the calendar a lot of times. So that's really important to incorporate those things as well.
I like that, Susan. If we could hold that for a moment, Tracy was even adding in that she uses a certain calendar, say Google Calendar, because then she can blend family and also the personal, the business. So how does that work then? So you can share with people so it doesn't mesh all together and get lost and look like all these to-dos, but it really is like family and
right
stuff like that. How do you do that on the calendar? What's your best?
You can assign colors to things. That's fun. So you can assign colors to personal and business, as well as different categories that family time or billable time would be green for some people. Having to do with serving clients, all those activities, sales calls, which should be on your calendar, by the way, things that you do on a regular basis, having to do with your business, should be on your calendar. So sales conversations is one of those things that you always have to be thinking about. And you always have to be scheduling the next one and having another conversation. So I found this out, I don't know, several years ago, I would say, that actually having that in your calendar is more likely, that you're actually going to take the steps that you need to do that. So some people, I don't know if wait around is the right word, but are more, I guess, passive when it comes to sales. So I think it's also one of those things, if you're an entrepreneur, that you have to get used to, or you have to get comfortable with.
Oh, I know.
Is,
Susan, my heart hurts when you said that we become passive on sales. And if we can hold that for a moment, I feel like with you teaching on how to back up and really look at things, it gives you the space to be creative. And then it gives you the space of like that deep heartbone of why we're doing what we're doing. So if you can take a step back and then deal with your stress or anxiety around making those calls or connecting, then you can start playing with what it means to you. So the conversations can be that, oh, I don't want to waste your time, or I'm only going to take so much time, that it starts becoming, we just get to hunker in and be able to be there. And then however long that conversation is going to be, we get quicker and better at it because we know how to stay in that heart sense. Because I find that if we're wanting people to grow their business, like what that you're talking about, the bottom line, that your calendaring that you're talking about, being able to bring your family stuff and business so you don't overlap. So your family life is really good. People aren't mad at you all the time because you're working too much because you've overlapped. Along with being able to have your finance to understand what you need to be doing or what you want to package up with the potential then now of making those calls it doesn't feel like sales anymore because you've had time to sit back and really look at what something is worth. Like, I can't believe that I get to have this package of what is not out there right now, but I know deep in my heart, this, like, it's all of a sudden becomes authentically you, because we're building something bigger and better by having the production behind it, like having the productivity around it. How do you feel about that? Like, you really got my heart bone there of like, what you're saying is like, I just want to stomp my feet and just like act crazy. Like, Susan, you're just nailing everything about why your work is so important, so that people that are passionate can do what they're here to do.
Yes, and there's often some uncomfortableness that happens during sales conversations. Again, I think that you're more centered on, yes, you do want to help people, and yes, you're passionate about what you do, but sometimes there's a leap in between getting comfortable with talking to people about what you do, because the whole, I don't want to sound like a used car salesman,
Yeah.
and I don't want to be pushy, and all of that stuff comes up.
Yeah.
So I actually think it is for me, it was a learning curve.
Yeah.
To be comfortable with it. But I think your desire to serve people and do what you love is ultimately the thing that comes out on top. And that you're not trying to push people into anything. You're just giving them great information to help them. They see the value, and then they reflect that back on you. So I will say it was uncomfortable for me at first, but it's so much better now.
I know, don't you
Just,
think everybody's dealing with this, huh? Because it's like, because we're just out there wanting to do our passion. It's like, okay, crickets. I thought when I opened the doors, people, I'm afraid to post anything on social media because I know everybody's watching, and you realize,
oh, true.
I'm building my community. So what you get to do is you help people on their how they can start their day, to how they can really partner with stuff that maybe they don't have a good relationship, calendaring, and also thinking about your personal relationships, how you get to plan some space so you get to close off the computer and go on your merry way because you have that planned. So what I'm hearing from you, Susan, is that if we go with this process, because I know some people where they're so fearful of their calendar, like, I don't want to put anything in there because my day goes faster if I go boom, 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 and I just get rolled into my day.
Right.
But truth, what you said, bringing that back, is that you actually get more control over your time because you're seeing how long things take.
Yes.
But, the sales really is important. So when you were talking about Susan Tollefson talking about the bottom line, these are the essential things so that you can practice what these calls mean, and then practice how to use your vocals and your heart.
Yes, it definitely gives you the opportunity to do that. And with a comment made earlier about having structure is freedom. That's what the calendar gives you, because it's under your choice to what goes on your calendar, and how you want to spend your time. And so all of the important things that you may not necessarily have made time for before, like I was mentioning, the exercise and the family time and things like that, they can actually go on your calendar, and you can make time for them, because literally that's the only way that they're going to come to your consciousness, that you're going to have time for all of that stuff. So the thing that you mentioned about not having or not wanting to put things on the calendar, it's one of the most common things that I see, and one of the most common things that I coach around and have accountability around. Again, like I mentioned earlier, it's super easy to write a schedule, but the trick is to stay on schedule. And so I wanted to mention here that distractions and interruptions are like one of the biggest things that throw you off track.
Mm-hmm.
So to be mindful of when that happens to you, it is, you know, and it's your choice. We're talking about choosing. It's your choice to say yes or no to, you know, someone interrupting your flow, you know, with the phone or the email dinging or the social media, whatever it is. So it gives you awareness around that. And it's, you know, and that is, again, one of the things that people have a very hard time staying on track with that. So a lot of the work that I do with them is around what went wrong here. You know, what came in and took you away from what you were doing. And you also mentioned ADD. That is a factor as well, that, you know, the people that just want to be on the go all the time have a harder time sticking to a schedule, because, you know, it's limiting or boring or whatever their thoughts are around it.
So Susan, are you talking like I was about dating when we had Jane on, like, you know, or even talking to Dirk, and we're talking about like, if you're not having like these big things that jump you from here and there, because last Thursday in one of your classes, we were talking about the addiction for keeping up on time, where you're not really keeping track of your time. You're just like flowing all over the place, and you're like, yeah, I got this. And you realize you didn't get things, you know, done the way you wanted it to. So that addiction is something that I heard you say, that you have to be very careful about that, because you may think you're getting more done than
Exactly.
what you are.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so that has to do with your, I guess, orientation around where you get your juice from. You know, where does your energy come from? So a lot of people are just very, they like the feeling of being busy, and you know, they get a rush from that. So they have to be busy all the time. But you also have to pay attention to what you're doing. You know, are you doing activities that are, you know, adding to your, you know, where you want to go in your business, as far as, you know, the big rock kind of things, they call them, is the, you know, planning and goals and all that stuff, and your priorities, where you should be spending a lot of your time. Knowing, if you know what those are, actually you should know what those are, and to be able to use your time in the best way possible, the most productive way and the most effective way.
So we have about 4 more minutes, but really up to 1 o'clock to Pacific time to be with you. Were we able to capture at this point what you wanted to talk about? Because you have plenty to talk about with all your expertise, but within that, is there anything that you wanted to finish off or dig a little deeper in?
Well, I wanted to get the point across that there is a relationship between efficiency, productivity, and profitability. So the point I wanted to get across was that the more time you spend on, you know, things, the value-added things we just talked about, the things in your business that are important, the goals that you're setting, the time that you spend with your family, the priorities in your life, those things are going to make your time more productive. And what you want to avoid is those little minutia things. Like somebody was telling me that they designed a flyer the other day by themselves. They're not a graphic designer, but it took them like 3 hours or something. So.
Been guilty of that before.
But, you know, so you just want to, there's no judgment around it. I want to emphasize that judgment does not help you, but awareness does. So the fact that that's not your best thing, it might have been entertaining or fun, or given you a sense of accomplishment.
Yeah.
You know, and that's, again, no judgment. But be aware of the fact that that's not your best thing, and maybe someone else should be doing it, and you know, spend time on your maybe getting new clients, increasing your marketing, things like that, that the time could be better spent. And so, you know, that's just the point I wanted to get across, was that how you spend your time matters. Be aware of your priorities and your goals. Spend your time more in alignment with that. Be aware of where you're wasting your time, so that, you know, part of these, so you can spend more time doing what you love.
So delicious. You know, and I feel that truth is that finances are ways that people can feel shame, and also you're talking about food also, and there's just shame around these things that just seems so logical. It's like, yeah, we're not perfect, and I like how you brought up the judgment, and I did type it here about just not judging yourself, just looking at where you are from what you were saying, and then knowing where you need to adjust. I see everybody taking notes and really listening to what's happening. With that, you're doing workshops, you have different ways of people connecting with you. What's maybe a couple places you want to send people?
Yeah.
With the stuff you've been teaching? Because I was in a class last Thursday.
So, you know, because, say that again?
That I was in your class last week, and I know that you probably have more of those going on, but please share what you would like to do.
So I have a couple things. I have an ebook that I would love to give away to those listening today.
Keep going.
So they can go to my website, insideoutbiz.com, and they can sign up for my productivity tips, but in the subject line, put welcome, and that will tell me that they want my ebook. So I can also post that in the chat.
Yep.
The other thing is I have a Facebook group called Efficiency with Ease, and it's like a couple of days old. So excited because I've been meaning to do this. So they can look on Facebook, Efficiency with Ease, and join my group, and there'll be, you know, tips and inspiration, and you can connect with me there as well.
So CJ said, great point, Susan. I especially like the awareness piece. It is so important. Do you find that awareness kind of gets wrapped into something really great, but if you're not doing this stuff, then it's almost like you're living in oblivion, wondering why you're
consciously using your time with intention, you know, is one of those things that you want to strive to do. Yeah. I think, again, these things are, you know, if they're not in your current habits, that's okay. Because it's one of those things that you can just do one or two things different a day. And even if you forget for a while, I noticed that, you know, if I'm not used to doing something, I think the gratitude journal was something I was doing for a while. And, you know, just one day you forget. And then a month goes by and you're like, oh, that's right, I was doing that. So it's, you know, you'll go along, you try to learn a new habit, and all of a sudden something just throws you off track. And that's okay. These things, you know, this is not a perfectionist contest. You know, it's do the best you can, and, you know, be aware of your choices, you know.
Yeah. Tracy, Dirk, and Jane, please unmute yourself. It looks like we had some really good movement here. Carolyn CJ Jones said, yes, using time with intention, like that. That intention piece is really what we're striving for, huh? Like we're feeling like we're living an intentional life or intentional relationship, that we're not letting things go right, intentional finances.
Yeah, and you don't have to implement these things all at once. You know, you can't change things overnight. Again, but if you just do one new thing a day, you're going to make some progress for sure.
That seems manageable. I like that. Hey, my experts, who wants to add in? I saw some notes going and people saying yes.
Lot of notes here. I loved what you said about, I find myself getting caught up in the process. Like I'm busy, right? And I'm not
Right.
making any movement on getting new business. And so my getting caught up in my in the process, I find is a distraction for me,
Hmm.
right?
Yeah.
So yeah.
Might tend
So
to
I
do the
love-
thing that's easier, you know? You just kind of gravitate towards what the easiest thing is and what your habits are.
well, for me
True.
too, it's like, let me focus on the process. I don't have to work on sales,
Exactly. Exactly.
right?
Yeah,
Yes.
I like that one. Like you'll say, I don't have time. It's like then somebody calls you out on it and you go, oh, darn.
Yeah.
Thank you, Susan, for making me so productive. Now I have to make money. No way.
And Susan, I
Yeah.
love your do not forget list as well.
Thank you. That was a revelation for me.
I just realized that all my to-do lists
Yeah,
are
that
really
seems
do not
really
forget
helpful.
Oh, really? What?
lists. My to-do lists are really are do not forget lists. 'Cause,
Oh,
you know, the
awesome.
things that I'm doing are the most impactful right now, and this whole list of things are things that I've had on that list. Well, now 3.5 months later, some of
Mhm.
them, right?
Yeah.
Get all settled for COVID. Okay, what am I going to get done? And that list kind of still sits there because it's things that I do want to do, but they're not
Right.
part of the day-to-day
Yep.
and current progression. They're
Exactly.
like, oh yeah, I need to put this on my website.
Yeah.
Not
So
the
your
highest.
to-do list at that point becomes very, very short and very what's urgent right now or what's most important right now.
The most impactful.
Yeah, impactful.
Yeah.
Ooh, I know that Jane wants to say something. Jane, let me just ask this one thing. April Wall was asking, she can't find your group. What was the name of your group again?
Oh, I couldn't find it either. I looked.
Oh, efficiency with ease.
Mm.
And it's public?
Oh, you know what? I think I made it private.
Maybe you haven't published it. Yeah.
I did publish it.
Okay, so
I
make sure.
think I had to invite people or something maybe.
Excellent, my friend. The people got a lot out of this.
We all want to join. So
Yeah, I know everybody like,
Okay.
let's join.
yeah, so
I'll make it a public group and I'll put it in the conversation for today. Thank you for bringing that to my attention.
No, April Wall, thank you. And then Jane, please share.
Oh, I was just going to mention, I love the do not forget list idea as well, and the 3 top things to do in a day.
Yeah.
I've been doing that a little bit since I got the 5-minute journal, which kind of encourages that. And then one of the things I found interesting is there was this one day I didn't get my 3 things done, but I made a sale and I was working on the sale and I thought, oh, I didn't get my things done. But then I realized all my things were actually to get a sale.
Yes.
So I get so stuck in the things, I lose track of the
that.
priority of actually getting the money.
I love
Jane,
that.
oh my
Super
gosh,
good ideas, really helpful.
Susan, Jane brings up a good point here. You know when you get lost in your to-do list and you think I need to get all that done, and that's just like our old self, you know, like I have to get this done, I have to get this done. Then all of a sudden you get a sell, because this probably happened to everybody. You get a sell and you go, oh, like celebrate for a moment. Yay, and I get to help somebody. You're like, oh, but I still have all these things to do. And you go, wait.
Yeah.
So it starts balancing of what that truly means. Are we running away from being able to serve people in a space that why we left corporate or why we decided to do this type of work? And Susan, what you brought up is that this also works in corporate. So anybody that we are pulling in today, that depending on your background or whatever, you know this fits everywhere. This is going to help you make more money, help you get ready for making transformation and what you're building for your money flow coming forward.
Yeah. Helping you organize your time and your priorities, you know, in alignment with your priorities and your goals. So important.
Yeah. Let's see what else we have here. Anybody else want to add any ahas? Ahas going on?
There was one thing you said, Susan, about your calendar. I just lost it. I think it was something in line with your priorities or in line with your I'll look for it. I'll reach out to you about it.
Okay,
I got many notes from you on this.
Susan, I
I love
saw
that.
that. See, it's crazy good when we start throwing this stuff in is we can't do all this stuff. You know, I loved that we got to talk to Jane about relationships, and we got to have some sexy talk, which, you know, I'm all in for that. There was some real good, serious stuff. You can see that Jane's been doing this for a while. And that's what I love about this show is that we get to hunker in and not just be playful, because I think having fun with information helps you learn more about what you're doing. And when I was in corporate, I did sometimes miss a lot because in my brain, I was like, you got to remember, you got to prove, you got to do this, because we can feel that way as an entrepreneur, or we can feel that way in corporate. So I'm speaking to everybody, is that we have high exposure. You know, when we're making those calls, when we're out in social media, when we go into communities, we have high exposure. So what Susan Tollefson is talking about is go out there and do the stuff you need to do, but get everything in place. Even if you're just starting out or you've been doing this for a while, maybe there's a restructuring thing that Susan can help you with. And then you can just skyrocket your business, because at different levels, depending on where your income is and what the flow is, sometimes you have support and you still need a productivity expert. And sometimes you're just starting off, and literally just giving a few hours here and there is going to make massive difference in your business. Tracy?
yeah, a lot of this is about freeing up your time and streamlining your time to, set you up for, your best path, that your own path. Everybody's got different priorities.
I like that you don't force things, that it has to be this way or that way, but that's why I asked you to be on, because that's like the authentic path, like what's going to work for you. And you can do that even in a group. So I know you have a group program that you're launching pretty soon here too. So when you're in a group and you get to really take a step back and allow people, as you're talking about your tools, it really does bring the whole community together. And I definitely acknowledge that from today. April Wall said, I did not find a field to type welcome when signing up for the productivity tips. I say welcome here. It says the Wall group at bellsouth.net. Okay. So she would be talking to you, right, Susan? Because you said send something and put welcome. Was that yours?
Is welcome in the subject line?
Yeah. So make sure you get with April Wall in
Yeah.
the stream.
Thank you.
We have about 170 comments here. So Jane, you would want, if as you are going through this journey, every day our relationships is what's going to impact, that, yeah, I got you. When I was first starting this business, I had a different mindset than I do now, and I've been growing. But the thing I keep going back to my hubby is, gosh, you gotta love on what I'm doing. Like, let's talk about this, because whatever vibe I'm getting, we need to be working together, and I'm going to support you too. So we've always been good at leveling up each other and what we're doing, because we give a lot of love. And I said, I really need that, because it's almost like there's this word safety for me lately because of all the changes happening. Things are moving fast. I bet for everybody here, because with the COVID-19 as being entrepreneurs, we found other ways to really support people so business is growing. But we really do need those relationships that are going to help us get to that next level. And so look around, make sure there's not a conversation you need to have with your partner, because that may be the first one. And then, I don't know, they're all over the place. So thank you, Jane, for sharing your expertise. Tracy, I was talking about your shininess, and you brought in, it was very delightful having you first part of the morning. So if you're just getting into this, make sure you get to the opening ceremony, and then 45 minutes into that is probably where we started off the top. And Tracy was talking about being you, authentically you. What does it mean being bold? What happens when you lose a partner in a situation that, yeah, you had some months to prepare, but really when we lose somebody in our life, that it does so many changes that we can't understand till we actually go into that next level in our life. So Tracy did share a very vulnerable discussion about that, but there were so many nuggets within that hour. It just started off so light and fresh, because anytime I can talk about being bright and shiny, it makes me feel like I'm living life. I'm living life. You guys are really helping me personally, the founder of the show, that I get to hear all this wonderful stuff. This is a big mastermind today. Everybody, you got a free ticket. I hope the people that are watching this in replay or that are just here and just being quiet, just make sure you're writing down all the information you got and what you love on it. I want you to add some comments here. Expose yourself, open yourself up. The more we speak, the more we actually grow. I believe you. Believe me, this is a very safe place to be. I think a leader that works at the heart sense is going to mainly bring in people that are love bugs and want to connect that way. And so this community is, I feel, it's not just anybody opting in. It's not growing at thousands and thousands a month. What it's doing, it's growing in people that say, yes, I want to be part of this. And you saw that with the conversation today. Dirk, you and I had fun as health coaches. And Dirk got to really get out there something about primary food. And you probably learned there's more than just food. And almost like he took the conversation away from us about food. So now all of a sudden, anything dealing with food, you got to take a deep breath and start finding out what the first food, the primary food is truly about, and how that can rebalance. And Dirk, I liked how you brought on the 4, which was related with spirituality, related with business. Business can get us going crazy. I'm thinking the first chakra, getting that balance. I think that's what I think the primary food is all about, huh, Dirk? Like the stability in life, it really shows up and as you go through the different chakras. But I mean, I can see all this just being like, let me just take care of that first base there to
Exactly.
get focused. Thank you, Dirk.
Sure.
Anybody else want to add in? Wow, we did it. We did it. We got what we wanted to say. Oh, I love it. Okay. So I'm going to do a little bit of conversation. I'm going to end this day in a way of sharing with you as the founder of the Fresh Inspiration Show. I want to lift you. I want you to feel like your purpose here is just a nice, big, beautiful bow. How did we know that we could talk about sex, about being fun and bright and being bold and working out and knowing about food, which sometimes can be sexy, but we brought in even more sexy stuff, and also about business and productivity. How can we bring all that in? And it's really the base. Everything we talked about is, if I don't have that, then how can I have anything? It all is the same. And I would love comments to be here of you challenging me, because that is where I get my juice. Who said juice? Was it Susan Tollefson that said juice? Did you say juice? I could see Mr. Badass over there talking about juice. It was Susan Tollefson, the quiet one that's talking about productivity. I love it. Susan, by the way, you're opening up, my friend. This is party time.
Yes, I'm very happy to be here.
With this is serious times. And I want to make sure that I give you some space to breathe. So get your feet on the ground after being up here listening to everybody, but I hope the grounding has been happening for you. Feel the heel, the ball of your foot, the toes. Shake the toes. Gosh dang, I'm alive. Isn't this beautiful? We have some people that we know, some people that have been affected by every aspect of what's happening right now. Relax through the spine. And do that the way you want to, but I'm going to allow you to take some breaths in and feel that in your body. Life and vitality comes in with that inhale. what you want, what you need, the new stuff in your body. You're given space through that exhale. Give yourself the freedom. Right now, we may feel so restricted with everything that really is out there happening. Tracy, I saw that yawn. That's beautiful. That's such a release. It's been a long day for us, but when you exhale, it's a big release. Thank you, my friend. I take that as out of a lot of respect. As you look around, think about what your body wants. Keep bringing in the inhale. Bring it to your feet. Bring it up through your exhale. And let your hands do a little shaking, just a little shaking, because things have come up today. Things of limiting space for us. Hopefully we were able to give you the other side. Oh, this wakes you up if you've been with us all day or even an hour. You know, when you're making transformation, it's heavy on the body. But then hopefully we brought some light. So let's keep going with the light. Bring it up. Now I want your crown to go on. So chakras are real important in our journey. I just want your hands to go on your head for a moment. Gently on your head. Take another inhale. Be gentle on your neck. Let your hands just be gently there as if you have that crown on. Now as you exhale, your next exhale, bring your arms up and reach it up, and drop it down. Oh, drop it down. Each moment today, I hope you got the opportunity to see truth. When you walked in, you may have felt like you were living truth. If you put on the news, or if you pick up the wrong conversation on the phone or through an email of somebody talking about all this stuff that's not working, you may think that that is truth. You may not know that there's actually another space called abundance. And there's all different levels. If you play in this abundance and you're ready to come along, then see how you felt when you opened up that first threshold. And you said, yes, I want to be a part of the Fresh Inspiration Show, to meet Jane, Tracy, Dirk, Susan, and me as the founder of the show. And you walked in today. Keep the breathing going. Open up the feet. And relax the shoulders. As we're leaving and saying goodbye to each other today, think about how you feel. Think about how some shifts have happened in your mind. We need you. We are all locking arms together. We need you. Every single time that you make a shift, it's being acknowledged. It's being acknowledged in the universe. So we have a big fight going on. A lot of things that are negative, learning how to be positive, some things that will not flip right now. There's some big changes asking to happen. So if you do one shift today based on all this great information that you got, it is being acknowledged. The Fresh Inspiration Show is acknowledging you. I don't know for sure if we were on live yet, but in March, when I knew that people were getting sick and passing away, and just getting sick in itself, as a health coach, I had spasms in my chest, and I could feel that pain. I'm finding out that the more I open up, the more I know that I have to learn to use more shields to make sure this doesn't happen. But the first thing is, I was in truth. I realized that now, coming from corporate and 12 years into this now, this space, that I can feel things. I can feel stuff in my body. So remember that. Everything you learn from everybody, allow yourself to notice what a sensitive creature you are. So any step you can make forward and keep your heart open, you even get higher points today because it's the hardest to keep your heart open. But I promise you, it gets better and better. So as we leave you today, think about what that looks like. Instead of opening and closing the heart, why not find out what it feels like, even when you're in an uncomfortable situation, but you're hunkering in? Are you still breathing with me, keeping your feet in the ground and keeping yourself grounded? You're going to learn how to keep your heart open, so these things in the world are going to get better and better as we go along. And we'll see where it goes. Thanks for spending time with us. If you're a speaker and you really want to get out there in this way, you see how this forum is? This is where you get to really be an expert. You get to be quiet. You get to be loud. You get to figure out what works for you so that you get your information out. Connect with me. Tell me you're looking for a speaker engagement. We're getting ready to go live. Hopefully we're with Tracy to be able to go over to her place in Santa Cruz, and we'll see where that goes. If you are looking for getting a talk together, just like some of the people here, we're really kind of doing our talk, but doing it in a way that's very personable. I find that is where we're going in real life. The structured, high structured talks, you can't be intuitive. You can't really sit back and really hunker in, give your breaths, and let people absorb the information. Make sure you connect with me if you're looking for that. All right. This is it. Thank you. Thank you for all your hard work. Jane, Tracy, Dirk, Susan, everybody that has been communicating and watching the show today. I love you, and you have an incredible day. And we'll see you back here July 30th for the Inspiration-A-Thon. Mwah! Love you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thank you, Rhonda.
Thank you.
Everybody.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you
Bye.
for being here live.
Bye.